streaming. Say something, Tim.
Hold on, I got food in my mouth.
That works. Your bar is moving.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Just shoving my fat face.
All right, let me check, make sure we're live.
What do you mean by live?
We'll do it live. I don't know. We're not showing live.
I haven't gotten a notification yet. Well, I just did. Just got it.
I don't have a link to it. See, that's why we need Bill.
Hurry up, Bill. We're lost without you.
No, you're not.
Okay, it says live. Bill, you're gonna have to watch the comments on your own.
Okay, yeah, I can. Let me pull that up on my phone, probably.
I can't do it from my other computer. It blocks it.
Nice. You having fun?
Yep. So.
Yeah, I can pull it up on my phone.
All right, let me make some.
Oh shit, we live.
Can you post the link? Let me see if I got the link on my own channel here. A well-oiled machine here at Old Drunken Discography.
I need to not be on that account.
Oh wait, I think I found it.
Switch account. That one. Thank you.
Share.
There we go.
Copy.
If I just keep that guy right there. Perfect. Thank you.
Share.
There we go.
Copy. At everyone. Copy that. Post it in announcements. Okay, I'm going to post it in Bronze Tacos under streaming, but I'm not going to ping it at everyone.
I did.
Oh, that's up to you.
Did we actually get complaints when we did that last night?
No, I mean, yeah, we're the fucking owners, so I guess we can. Go for it.
What's a mod getting out at us?
Right, open a ticket.
Just share it with our top fans.
That's just
Only
us
fans?
three.
Oh wait.
Yeah, is Joe streaming his OnlyFans tonight?
Ooh, can we simulcast?
Yeah, can we tap into that live feed?
Man, he'd probably charge us royalties.
Well, we'll see what happens.
I hate that it's just my Facebook. The thumbnail. Oh, let me go to this Black Sabbath Discord. But I'm not pinging at everyone in there, so that's not my server.
Right.
All right.
Cool. Just a helpful link. If you're interested. Be an interesting night for them tonight, for sure.
I guess we'll post it in Dragon's Lair. I'm not gonna ping everyone there because that's not my server. Okay.
Oh, you can ping everyone out there. I don't fucking care.
Let me kill that. Kill that. Kill that. I'll leave the wheel open in case we want to converse about Meat grinder. We get some questions about how we're going to do that. We'll keep that open.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right. I guess I'll stretch this like this. Bring us down like that. We usually pregame, but
We're all pre-gamed up right now.
Man,
So.
Joe, no, you look old when you're in video.
Joe, our Joe?
I'm guessing it's some Joe. If it's a random Joe, I feel bad for saying that, but
We know two Joes.
it's Purple Joe.
Joe S.
No, it just says Joe. I'm guessing it's Stork Joe, probably. I'm guessing
Is this Dork Joe or is this like the cool
it's
Joe?
the good-looking Joe.
Well, that could be either one.
Shout out Dork Joe.
That could be either one. They're both fine-looking young gentlemen.
Contributing members of society.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
It's Stork.
Oh, okay. What up? All right. Yeah, we're like super fucking early. Like,
I mean, we're not overly early. It's 8:03.
that's early for us, dude.
I mean, it is early for us.
I wish I could. I wonder if I can monitor it on my phone.
You probably could. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Well, you're young and tech savvy.
I just clicked on the live stream under the YouTube application on my phone and clicked watch.
Okay, well, let me see if I can do that. Subscriptions, Old Drunken Discography, live. Subscriptions, Old Drunken Discography, live.
Yeah,
Got it.
watch your volume there, pal. Turn down your radio.
Got it. All right. Yeah, okay, we just got Joe. Stay safe and make good decisions. We look older. Fuck you, bald-ass motherfucker.
I'm a very young 463. Thank you very much.
Oh. You join us for that Counting Crows new album review, right, Joe? I'm going to need some backup.
I mean, let me be clear here. I don't dislike Counting Crows, but there was nothing good I could say about that single.
Well,
He says every time they release a single.
yeah, you have been balling since you were balling when I met you, honestly. Pretty damn close. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to need your help because, I mean, we did Masters of Reality and Bill's taking shots at Counting Crows in that video. It's like, that's low-hanging fruit, man. Like, come on.
It is fruit on the tree.
You ain't going to hurt my feelings. I understand if you don't like the Counting Crows. They are an acquired taste. Either you know or you don't. And obviously you don't. You don't know who Elizabeth is. You don't know about the Horse Dreamers trilogy. You know, there's a long, rich history with the Counting Crows.
Couldn't you say that about almost any band?
No. I mean, there's no connection between one Sabbath record to the next.
Yeah, but there's a rich history and back. And there is. What do you mean? Naomi's on every single one.
And how does Iomi being on every single one have anything to do with an overarching story or storytelling? I'm talking from a lyrical point of view. At one minute, you got like the great lyric.
What about
leader.
like Coheed and Cambria?
Well, they
tell
suck.
a story with every single one of their albums.
They suck. Their story is shit. Counting Crows, on the other hand, are not. Yeah, let's get through this so we can talk some Dio. Tim gonna get me fired up before we even started. Bill is voted off the island. Now, why didn't you read that comment, Bill?
I mean, I did. Under
See,
my breath.
that's why I gotta
We're
help
not
moderate
hungry
the
yet,
chat.
though, so we don't have to vote them off quite yet.
The Bill Corps Battalion has a filter on our free
I have
media
no idea what you're
here.
talking about.
I mean, I would expect nothing less from the Bill Corps Battalion.
Oh, shout out Cam. I know he's not watching because he's a little bitch, but he's our new gold Patreon member.
Hey, right on.
So he's gonna give us some really crappy bands to listen to, and we'll do it.
Joe says someone from Patreon needs to pick Coheed and Cambria.
Shut up. Cam actually likes Coheed and Cambria, so that might be on the list eventually.
I mean, they all got to eventually, so
There's
sure.
a very deep well of bands that we could get to before we had to get to Coheed and Cambria.
Well, exactly. There is.
Yeah, like Papa Roach, who's touring with Rise Against.
No, we'll get to Rise Against tonight. Did you listen to the new single?
No, you told me not to.
Okay, good. It'll be a blind for all three of us. All I know is the Rise Against Facebook was not too happy.
Thrilled with it?
Yeah. So
now, are they going to be not thrilled with it because it's a bunch of old jaded guys that don't like it, or is it to be hated because it's a bunch of new age people who liked Wolves for some godforsaken reason?
The old heads.
Okay, well, shit.
Yeah. Why not, Joe? Come on, you like that Papa Roach? It would be your last resort.
Hey man, the scars remind you the past is real.
Suffocating. No remorse. Those are the only words I know. I will give him that. That is a good guitar riff, though.
He's trying to quit.
That's a fun riff.
I liked it better when it was on Iron Maiden's Killers album. Was that Transylvania? Genghis Khan? I think it's Genghis Khan. Yeah. Yeah. They totally ripped that riff. Their only good riff, sadly.
Iron Maiden's only good riff?
No, Papa Roach's only good riff.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard that whole album. Maybe it's full of bangers.
Oh, well, I have heard that whole album.
What year did it come out? That is a Bill pick right there. That's a Herp Alert Bill pick.
What, 98, 99, 2000, somewhere in there? Yeah.
No, we would have talked about it if it came out in the 90s.
Why?
Because you would have had it on your list.
Would I?
Yes.
Okay.
You had Korn on your list. You had freaking Kid Rock. You tried to put Kid Rock on your list.
Yeah, let's say since it wasn't on any of Bill's lists, let's say
around the 2000s.
But no, like 2000.
Yeah, because we're live, you're just going to get all of the stuff we usually edit out, like beer runs and stuff like that. So that's what you get with a live show that involves drinking.
Greetings and welcome to a really fun live special streaming extravaganza royale.
It was 2000. God damn it.
Man, I thought we was going to roll right into that Operation Ivy video there.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
I mean, we're rolling. Anytime you guys want to start, though, like, what are you guys feeling? Or are we still just going to talk about
how many people are watching, Bill?
People
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Just Joe.
Just Joe? Okay. I feel like this is an afternoon special version show. I mean...
We tried doing an afternoon special once. It was weird being drunk, recording, and then trying to be a member of society.
That's every time we record. What are you talking about?
I know. You right.
But hey, we do it. All right, y'all want to just jump in Operation Ivy and get this one out the way?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
All right. Before the real heat comes?
Yeah, before the real fire comes.
Yeah.
All right.
Our
Greetings.
opening act tonight.
They do this. See, live. Caught it. Caught it. Caught it. Y'all see? I don't make that shit up.
It happens.
The only witness is Joe, and he's guilty of it too, so he'll deny.
Gotcha.
Nah, it all works out.
Hey, did you hear the thing about
What?
he figured you were about to start.
No. I'm gonna wait.
Are you guys ready?
You guys ready?
Sure.
Greetings and welcome to Old Drunken Discography, where old friends and fans come together to BS, argue, occasionally agree, and discuss a musical artist. This week's musical artist is Operation Ivy, brought to you by myself, Jason. With me is Tim.
Hey, everybody. How you guys doing?
And Bill.
Hey, I made it to this. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm here.
Now this video might be a little odd, but that's because we're live streaming. So, we live stream the first Monday of every month. So check us out next month. Join in the conversation. All right.
We're saying what? 8 Central,
8,
9 Eastern, 9
8:15-ish.
Yeah.
Whenever we get it rolling. All right, Operation Ivy. Quick history / relationship with the band. I've been into this band for, I don't know, many years. I don't know what else to say. They're one of them bands that you find and you just keep. Desert Island record right here for me.
I mean, I'll follow up and say that this was brand new completely for me. It was, just never heard of them before.
And that's why we're here, Bill.
And I think I haven't heard this album in probably 30 years, but I did hear it 30 years ago. So yeah, it was interesting to revisit because I certainly know who Operation Ivy is.
Well, that was my next question was, Bill, do you know the history of the band?
I know actually nothing.
So this is Tim Armstrong and Matt Freeman from Rancid. They were in this band along with Jesse Michaels, and I can't remember the drummer's name, but I don't think he did anything after this. And they were around for like 2 years, and this is what they did in 2 years. They kind of like blew up the East Bay.
Yeah, their final show was Green Day's first show.
Yeah, which they were already broken up by the time they did their final show.
Right.
Like
but you got to have that final show. The end is near,
Yeah. And you can hear Tim Armstrong like all over this record. I mean,
sure.
He's wrote Sound System I don't know how many times since this album came out about how the music saved him,
How many times did he write it on this album?
I mean, that's all you need, though. These are just kids. It's just pure energy. It's just youth. I mean, this is one I
agree with you 100%, and you can definitely hear all of that in this for sure.
I actually have 2 copies of this. I got a Hellcat pressing, and then I found an original Lookout Records pressing in the wild, so I had to grab that. And then I got
Very
the
cool.
EP.
Okay.
But
yeah, I was certainly aware of this band, but they were always a little too ska for me. and I find myself even going into listening to it again. Um, there's a little bit too much ska for me. That being said, though, you could throw a dart at this album and hit a good song. Like they're all great songs, but I think that that's where the album like kind of suffers now. Obviously we're getting into like different pressings and remixes and digital and all that. And so I just listened to the easiest one possible today, which was digital. So who knows? But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if the sequencing is off for me, where there's just too many blocks of the same song in a row, and then they go to another song, but then there's a block of that song in a row, and then they
They
go back
recorded
to
this in
another.
like a day.
Sure,
I
sure.
mean, they just belted it out. The recording is actually, they tried to record it at Gilman originally, but
Okay.
they couldn't capture the same sound because it was like, Gilman's just like a barn basically, like empty. Like if you didn't have
Hey,
the
but
crowd there, the sound
so
wasn't the
you're telling
same.
me Gilman wasn't the sound, it was the scene.
100% it was the fucking scene.
I know, but it was also a sound, right?
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. I mean, I did. I can certainly get into each and every song. A lot of my notes kind of tend to repeat themselves. And there are certainly some standouts from this thing. I don't know where you guys even want to start. Um, but even like the second half, nothing felt as good as anything on the first half.
I don't know, man. I love Smiling. I love Room Without a Window. Caution.
Oh,
Sure,
Missionary was an okay
like
closer.
Room Without a Window though, like comes after Artificial Life. And they're kind of the same song as it is because they're just that basic ska thing. And it's like, okay, by the time I get to Artificial Life, I'm like, okay, we've had a couple ska things here in a row, like Freeze Up, like it's catchy and there's a great bass line, but it's ska. And same with Smiling. Um, Bad Town. Like it's been like four or five in a row. And I find myself thinking every time that they would flip back and forth between styles, either be, straight like Ramonesy hardcore or the reggae. Um, which I don't know. I mean, some songs worked better than others, but
I look at this like the same way I look at Minor Threat. It was such a short time, such a short discography, but it influenced so much shit.
yeah, I totally get that, and I actually went into this with Minor Threat. I came out of it thinking Minor Threat too. There's a lot of similarities here.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Um,
There's a lot of.
and so like in the case where Minor's Threat discography, like it might have a lag here or there, but it works. Where this one, I think like every song works, but I almost think they would work better as like separate EPs or whatever. Like break them out over several releases. Obviously, like Minor Threat did. Complete discography is one album, but it's everything, right? Whereas this is, yeah, it's pretty much everything, and it's one album.
Well, I mean the EP too.
I don't.
There's a six
Well,
track
sure,
EP.
which I'm pretty sure was included in my track list.
Yeah,
So
I mean
Let's
they
say
tack it
because
on at
yeah,
the end.
yep, it got roped into mine as well.
yeah.
Which I mean,
That
I'll
being
say.
said, well, oh, yeah, go ahead, Bill. Go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna mention. For me, it was weird. Like, so the first song I heard, listen to this. I'm gonna say discography. I mean, this album and EP was Junkies Running Dry, actually.
Okay,
And
that's great.
I don't want to say it made me cautious, but like it made me somewhat hesitant because I wasn't sure what I was going to hear next. And then the next song I heard was actually Unity. I'm like, oh, okay, like I can get down with this. Like that EP, I feel like has some different sounds than the main album did. Like comparatively, I feel like there was a lot more ska and energy than Hectic. I mean, there was some, but it wasn't as prevalent. It felt.
Sure. I don't know. I really like how the album proper energy starts. Like Knowledge and Sound System are both punk rock classics. Is anybody going to disagree with that?
No.
I didn't think so. Um, I think Jaded actually kind of fits into that as well. I think that's a really good song.
Take Warning is like the longest song on the record,
That
and it's
is
the
where
slower ska, like
yep.
That's super
Sublime.
ska.
Yeah.
And that's the one where you immediately hear the Clash the most.
Yep. There's some Clash here.
There's some Clash. I mean, obviously there's some Bad Brains here. There's also that song reminds me a lot of like late Black Flag, early Henry Rollins solo stuff.
I don't know I haven't listened to Rollins solo shit.
Oh, okay. Well, it's got that vibe going on with it. Um, it does have like there are part like when he's not on the upstroke, I like the guitar part in it. But then they just fall back into the upstroke where it's like, okay, that always loses me. And the bass wants to be good on here, but I'm not sure what it is. But like, it's just unfunky. But it's also not like unfunky in a, Killing Joke, Public
Yeah,
Image Limited kind
but
of way.
it's still that's what's crazy is like this is Matt Freeman, who is an amazing bassist, and you can
And
hear it
it's got
on
some
this
amazing bass
record.
lines on here.
He's
You
not
can hear
just
it on.
following the root notes; like he is doing some
Yeah.
crazy shit on this record. And to be as young as they were, like
Well, and that's why you can kind of forgive. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And they are just kids. And for what it is, in that case, yeah, it's awesome. Throw a dart, you're going to hear a great song. I think my hot take, though, is as an album, it doesn't work.
that's because you
Like,
don't. I mean, you got ska bias.
I do. I do have ska bias. It gets, but even on their punk rock songs, which for the most part I liked, but even then, like they're using the same box they're using on the same ska songs.
Yeah, but I mean,
And
again,
every song just kind of ends up running together. Which,
they were a band for 2 years,
it's punk
though.
rock. I get it. I get
I
it.
mean, I guess in terms of ska, like just quick comparison, like compared to like Propaganda's ska suck song. I would say all these songs are probably better than that song.
Oh, yeah, but
Which
that
was
song is
done,
like,
it was a done, but it was done intentional stylistically like ska, right? Like
yeah,
that's
they were
Yeah.
just
but
playing a
like
ska riff.
exactly, but like everything here is better than that.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
I'd
everything
say
here's
that.
better than like No Doubt or
Sublime.
yeah, better than Sublime for sure. Um, but is it as good as like a King Tubby or even a Peter Tosh or even a Bad Brains or even the Clash? Like yeah, you can hear the influence.
I'd put this above some Clash records.
I mean,
Not all of
I
them.
think it could compete with some Clash records.
I think
Not
they'd be
all of
above.
them.
They'd be above a
Yeah.
couple of them. Because this is a lot harder than the Clash too. Like the Clash was, they
Yeah, you
took
can
the Clash
definitely
and like interjected that youthful energy, that punk.
hear that mid to late 80s California vibe on here too, which transcends a number of genres, but it was really prevalent at the time. Obviously, kind of leading into grunge and then pop punk, all that. You can hear it all here. You can also hear the dying remnants of the early 80s hardcore scene. You can also hear, that experimental stuff with like Mr. Bungle and Primus and the Chili Peppers and, that whole thing that's bubbling up. Um, I mean, Bay Area in the late 80s was the place to be for sure. Um, uh,
I mean, this put
Personal
Lookout on the
highlight.
map.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%.
Besides Green Day, I guess, if you want to count that. But that was like 5 years later.
Well, yeah. I think Green Day took them off the map.
Yeah. Yeah.
Operation Ivy put them there, and then Green Day took them off and sent them outer space or whatever.
If you look at their contemporaries, though, at like Crimpshine, Squirt Gun, and Mr. T, and the group, like the whole Lookout scene is.
Yeah.
I mean, Operation Ivy was like kings for 2 fucking years.
Yeah.
And then they were gone.
They were.
I mean,
much like Minor Threat.
It's very much like Minor Threat. And to an extent, I mean, the Misfits kind of drug on a little bit, but not counting.
But they
shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they have some albums spaced out, but it's still a very small discography for as influential as it was.
Sure. Well, and we have so much more now than what was even released then.
Yeah. I mean, this is all you're going to get. Like, this is it.
Sure.
There's a couple songs here and there that aren't on my list here, but to me, this is a desert island.
Songs from it, or do we just start calling them off?
No, we're just going to do one video. This is a one shot.
Well, yeah, we're doing it live.
Live one shot.
I mean, I can't pick any. Like, to me, this is a desert island record. I listened to this thing. It lived in my CD player for years.
I think my personal favorite is going to be Bombshell.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great song. And then, yeah, like I said earlier, Knowledge and Sound System are just stone cold classics. You can't go wrong.
And you probably don't remember Knowledge from Green Day's first record, but like they covered that.
Perfect case of the original being better than the cover.
Oh, the original kills it, but at least their cover wasn't a carbon copy like they did. They slowed it down and made it all. Well,
like they've done to some other bands, like they did to the Go-Go's or whatever.
This Knowledge comes out fucking swinging. Like you stick this record on and it just hits you in the face, and it just keeps it all the way to the end.
100%.
I love this thing.
Let's see. Trey commented that. Let's see.
Oh,
he meant to say that "Cut the Crap" is better than this.
No way. This is better than Cut the Crap.
He mixed it up. He meant to say that "Cut the Crap" is not better than this.
Oh,
what's Cut the Crap?
Yeah, what's Cut the Crap?
Okay, thank God. I figured I was going to say that, and you guys were like, "Oh yeah, that's what this is."
Yeah, that's that fucking post-hardcore techno band from the 1978 that did Bad Town First. Don't you remember Cut the Crap?
I love them.
Yeah, man, Cut the Crap, dude. They only put out 1 7-inch, and you can only find it.
Clash's final album.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. But is this Sandinista or even Bad Brains? RAR tape.
I'd put it above Sandinista. I mean,
to be fair, Jason said he'd put it above some Clash albums, right? Like,
right? Yeah, I didn't say
he didn't say it'd be above their whole discography.
It's not better than all of them, but the Clash definitely has some low points.
They got some low points. That's a band we got to get to too. We got to do the Clash.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
I got some.
So many.
So I feel bad that I don't know more like Clash. I know who the Clash are, but I don't know.
I'm sure you know the.
Shit.
Should I stay or should I go?
It's like I know the songs. I don't know albums or orders or.
Sure.
London Calling's that's
a great It's one of my favorite songs. So.
Well, that album is fantastic. All right, yeah, I mean, I can't pick top song. I love it all from Junkies Running Dry, Smiling, Bank Shot, Room Without a Window.
I mean,
Can't see out. Can't see
I
out.
guess if we were like, I don't know if this would even like fit this demographic of what we're doing. Like, if we were color coding, I'd probably give this like at least a yellow. I don't know if I'd go all the way to green though, just because there's some
See, and I
elements
would.
that
I'd
you
give it a
might.
green.
Oh,
I'd give it a
Okay.
green.
Oh, this.
It is good. I know it's not for me because there's too much ska, but like it's too much in a row. Like it individually, if I heard any of these songs on like a mixtape or whatever, I'd be like that's a jam. But
Yeah,
when you
I
stack
mean,
them up in a row like this, it gets.
so
I know
that's what I'm saying.
I
Like,
know it's everything, but even that, it's like, yeah, but it's too much.
saying that's why I'm saying like, like if you were to like break this up into like 5 songs at a time, like you were kind of mentioning if they did this as a bunch of different EPs or something, like
Yeah. Or in 2025, you add a couple to your playlist.
mhm. I mean, granted, the digital age, it's who cares about the album anymore?
Well, I mean, as a proud vinyl owner, I do, but I also stream music, and
Yeah.
I like to add albums together and hit shuffle, and then see what pops up.
Oh, I mean, you know what color it is for me. This is a fucking gold for me.
Sure.
I love this thing all the way through. I can pop it in and listen. It's 36 minutes long. I mean, it's up there with like Minor Threat's complete discography. It's just one of those albums, like a must-have record.
And I would agree with that.
I mean,
It's a perfect slice of that late 80s California punk. Bay Area, baby. East Side.
East Side.
Yeah. East Bay, Berkeley, right?
I mean, the artwork, it's just...
The artwork's great. Yeah.
That's Ed
I
Connick.
like the artwork.
Energy's Ed Connick. Well, maybe it's just iconic. I don't know if you showed this to any random person on the street, they don't know what it was, but
But they might not know what it was, but they could identify it off their local crust punk.
that's true. Yeah, it's like I've seen that man somewhere on a patch before.
Right. Yeah, it's a patch with a spike coming out of it.
Yeah.
I've seen that sticker.
Yeah. Shout out Trey. Thanks for watching. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. Let us know down below if you like Operation Ivy. We try to do these one shots. We might have to revisit Minor Threat so Bill can hear them too.
Yeah. We got a couple good ones coming up though. So
yeah, we got to sort out Black Flag's discography to go through it too. That's a lot of like, well, this EP is like the best thing they ever fucking did, but it's an EP, type situation.
Well, yeah, I will just see what's available in the first 4 years and what we need to cover, and
yeah, you count the first 4
We'll
years
make
as
it-
an album. That's it.
yeah,
That's it.
yeah. I mean, well, but then we wouldn't even get into the Rollins stuff. So
Right. Yeah, give us a like, give us a subscribe, help us out. We know all the help we can get. Sign up for our Patreon if you don't like Operation Ivy and you like Bruno Mars and want us to cover Bruno Mars. Check out our Patreon. You can choose an artist for us. We get some bangers, we get your Devos and your Talking Heads and your replacements. And then we get stuff like Sleep Token. So
that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to
an
that
interesting
one.
one. More modern band.
Yeah. I've heard it mixed things.
Well, our newest Patreon member sent me the newest single. He said, "What do you think of this?" And I listened to it. And I'm like, "Is this pop metal?" And he just said, "I hate you so much." So it'll be interesting.
Trey commented he's going to pick Real Big Fish just to see Tim fume all night.
Ooh, that'd be a good one. Yeah, give him those horns. Give him those horns.
And I'm gonna counter right back with some Oingo Boingo and Peter Tosh and tell me that's not all you need.
What about the specials, Tim? You like the specials?
Yeah, I do.
Begrudgingly. Yeah, I like Operation Ivy. Yeah, I guess I like the specials too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's not my style of music, and it's a little too repetitive for me personally. But I like, yeah, like I like all of these songs. Like the performances are great, and with a band like the Specials, it's like, well, who was doing it before them? So regardless of what came after that, it's like you got to give it up for them.
Well, yeah. I mean, some bands can do it before. They can be the first ones doing it, but another band come along and do it better.
Well, sure, but I mean, give me the meters instead.
I don't think anybody has come along since Operation Ivy that's a better ska punk band.
I don't know if I can name two that came after.
I mean,
would the Red Hot Chili Peppers be considered ska punk?
No. I'm talking like your Less Than Jakes, your Mad Caddies.
Would Fishbone be considered ska punk?
They were before Operation Ivy, weren't they?
They were, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying afterwards.
They were part of that whole whole scene.
Is Linkin Park ska punk?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Is that the new thing? We're past new metal, or like, is that ska punk?
Ska punk.
That's it.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know, man, but does it skank?
I mean, I'm not a big ska punk guy. I'm very picky, but...
Well, and I had that thought too, actually. That reminds me of a thought I had earlier, where it's like, okay, I could totally see this being your favorite band, right? But then this is it. What else would you listen to that would compare?
Yeah, I was going to say, if this... I wouldn't say Operation Ivy is my favorite band. Because, I mean, it's... Again, quantity. The quality's there, but the quantity is low.
The quality is there. But yeah, to hang your hat on this, it's like, well, okay, but where do you go from here? Because, any other ska punk is just going to remind you of this, and you're going to think this is better anyway. So it's like... I
mean, you take Less Than Jake. Like, I love Less Than Jake, but I couldn't put a single Less Than Jake record over this if I was to compare the two.
Right.
But Less Than Jake's more like ska pop punk.
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, this is more ska hardcore punk.
Let's break that genre down further.
Yeah. There's also a bit of post-punk noise going on here, honestly. And then, yeah, they also throw in the
piano
tone and, yeah.
All right, well, we're getting off topic.
No, we're still on topic.
This is all stuff that I'd cut out if we were live.
Well, I mean, does this end?
When does it end?
When does it ever end?
I mean, this reminds me. You remember that dumbass, that YouTube reviewer, McFinity, the punk rock MBA?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
And he was interviewing Fat Mike, and Fat Mike asked him, "What's the best ska punk band?" And he said, "Oh, I'd go with Sublime." And Fat Mike's like, "No, you're wrong. It's Operation Ivy." Like, come on our show, Fat Mike. We agree with you.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Although, again, where does Fishbone sit in that? Where does is Primus a ska punk band?
No, come on, dude. You're just like making shit up now. Come
is Infectious
on.
Grooves a ska punk band?
Come on. I don't know, Tim. Would Operation Ivy be better than
remember Mind Funk? Were they a ska punk band?
You see, Trey, how he just like throws in some band that he likes and then says, "Is this the same genre as you're talking about?"
I'm not saying I like all those bands. I'm just wondering. I know who those bands are, and they were marketed as ska punk.
Hey, we're gonna get to Primus real soon. You want to talk about sounding the same? This is contained to one album. Let's just say that.
I definitely want to talk about some Primus. Sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about some Primus. Anyway, I've already went through the hoopla of saying goodbye, so I'll just say be
Yeah.
safe and make good decisions.
And that, kids, is how we end these shows. Although we're actually still continuing because we're still live. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Now you got to wait because I got to have a bathroom break. So, Bill, keep
Is Black Sabbath a ska punk band?
That is a good question, Trey. That is a very good question.
I don't think that Black Sabbath could hit any of that market.
I don't know, man. Can Tony break out that ska riff?
Would he or would he? I think are two different.
Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. He does it in Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath.
Did Black Sabbath give us ska?
What didn't Black Sabbath give us is the real question.
I mean, I don't know if I'm early Ramones, maybe. I don't think that, especially that first Ramones. Like, I mean, I didn't hear like a lot of Black Sabbath coming through on it at all, if any.
I mean, Joey's gone on record saying how much that first Sabbath album meant to him.
I suppose. But I mean, it's one thing if it means something to you. Then...
They were listening to Sabbath for sure.
I mean, they probably also would say the Beatles influenced them.
Yeah.
Facts.
They were more American, though. But Johnny, Johnny saw the Beatles. He was at the Shea Stadium show.
Anybody who says they don't like the Beatles, I immediately don't trust anymore. I take their musical opinions and throw them out the window. When Cam said, "Oh, the Beatles are overrated, they suck," I was like, anything you say from here on out about music just goes in one ear and out the other. I don't care what you say anymore.
He had me until they suck. I don't think they suck, but I do think they might be overrated.
I don't think they're more of a. It's more of
they're
a phenomenon
nostalgic
now. It's more of a phenomenon.
Yeah, they are a phenomenon, but even now, like phenomenons today happen monthly, and nowhere near on that scale.
No.
You could even argue the last real phenomenon was Nirvana 30 plus years ago.
Rip.
Tay-Tay. We love Tay-Tay.
Yeah, okay.
But no, you take the Beatles, again, such a monumental, influential band. They were only here for 10 years and they were gone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, there's something
same
to
with
that.
Zeppelin. Yeah.
Yeah, same with Zeppelin. There's something to that as opposed to Black Sabbath 20 albums. Like, that is a whole different
Black Sabbath
thing.
With Ozzy in the 70s, that's 10 years.
Yeah, that's true.
8, 9 albums.
That's true. So one would make you wonder what would have happened if Tony just stopped and had a different band afterwards, but he kept that Black Sabbath name.
Well,
which is why we got
Geezer and Bill stuck around.
What a great segue right there for the live viewers.
I mean, if he didn't, then we wouldn't have Heaven and Hell.
Are we doing this, or are we doing Heaven and Hell first? You guys want to do this one first, or?
Let's let Bill choose.
Well, yeah, I mean, you already filled up the Heaven and Hell sheet here.
It won't take me no slack to go like that. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, shit.
Here too.
I don't know. I'm just thinking because, for the Sabbath one, I know all the live friends are here. This little quick production meeting here, since we got to actually do edit
True.
Heaven and Hell down into the Sabbath playlist. It's got to have a beginning and an end or whatever. So.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Wait.
No, I can't. No.
Did you catch that, Bill?
No.
Okay. It wasn't just me.
I don't know if we're live, so I don't think it matters what order we do it in. I'm just thinking
no, all of this stuff, the in-betweens.
Devil You Know will go into our Sabbath Sunday playlist where the album war won't. So I don't know if we want to do that after we do the Devil You Know, because that'll get the conversation going.
Well, are we going to talk about the Devil You Know when we do the album war? See, all this stuff that we're doing now will be cut out from the aired episodes. This will still air as a, hey, we were live. But when the episode for The Devil You Know airs, it's going to start with greetings and welcome to blah, blah,
Oh,
blah.
okay. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. That is what I was saying.
Okay.
So what was he saying? Which one's first?
So I think what Tim at this, because we're cutting all this, Tim's like, yep, we could do whatever we want first.
Yeah.
But Tim was thinking
I,
in like,
I was overthinking it and thought it mattered, but since it doesn't
Yeah.
matter, however we want to do it.
Now, when we rank The Devil You Know for the people watching live or watch the live stream later, Forbidden will be spoiled.
Oh, yeah.
Because Forbidden
sure.
won't have aired, hasn't aired as of the recording of us tonight.
So everybody watching right now needs to like hashtag that episode when it comes out.
Yeah. I mean, does it really matter where we put Forbidden, really?
I think Herpler had like a comment about Forbidden, or on cross purposes about Forbidden.
No, it wasn't Herp Alert. Somebody else had a comment. Well,
Someone else?
Herp did too, but another person left a comment asking us which version of Forbidden are we going to listen to, not
Yes.
knowing that we have already recorded it. I listened to the 2024 remix because that's what's on Spotify.
And that's also what I listened to on YouTube.
I don't think it mattered, honestly. The songwriting on Forbidden was my issue.
It doesn't matter. And since that's what's commercially available, I'm fine with it. I've heard both mixes, of course. I have the original on CD. And
Now, I'm glad Tony was involved with it as opposed to some of the other remasters they did.
sure. Right.
But-
Sure. Exactly. Yeah.
Overall,
I mean, I could only imagine what the non-remaster would have sounded like.
I didn't have a problem.
There's
Like, it didn't.
pluses and minuses to both mixes. I'll say that.
The production wasn't bad. I mean, they've had worse production.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mob Rules was kind of rough.
No, there's the pluses and minuses to both. Some things are like the original. Some, I will say, Forbidden is probably the most egregious out of the Tony Martin ones about how much they did change. I want to even say they even took out a couple solos or redid a couple solos, but for the most part, it's the same thing. A couple different vocal takes were used, I think.
So which one do we want to do first?
What, Forbidden?
No.
We're recording Forbidden again. Let's get it.
The Devil, yeah,
I
fuck it,
know,
let's go
fair.
Forbidden. No, The Devil You Know, or do you want to talk Album Wars? I think Album Wars is going to be a longer video if y'all want to get into it.
Yeah,
y'all ready for this?
let's do Heaven and Hell then, so we knock it out of the way. And the Dio years.
No, the Dio Years is part of Devil You Know.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Let's do that one first.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Heaven and Hell. Trey, what did he say? I got witnesses.
I did.
now.
Well, it is Heaven and Hell. The Devil You Know.
Oh, I got you. You can't say that because they got an album. Just call it The Devil You Know. Call it Black Sabbath, The
Okay.
Devil You Know.
Well, I would if I could.
Oh come on, Sharon won't know.
Sharon's going to fucking come after us. All right. We'll do The Devil You Know first.
If you guys are good with that.
Yeah, I've got notes.
Yeah, I mean it's horse of peace. We're still talking. I'm still talking about Dio.
Yeah, I mean, we ain't strayed too far from where we end up.
And Album Wars main event, guys. That's what everybody's hanging out in the chat room waiting for.
The main event. Oh, yeah, the Album Wars.
Ding ding
Yeah.
ding.
We're still on the undercard.
All right, yeah, we're still waiting for people to trickle in. Who all's in the chat? I see Trey talking. Anybody else in there? Y'all don't want to ask why Mulan was in our top 10 for the 90s? All right.
Great soundtrack.
We're going to do those Disney
We
album
are starting to
rankings.
get some of these meat grinder competitions coming up against each other. Some of them are rough.
Yeah, if you guys want to see a sneak peek of how we're going to do it, we know why. All right. I didn't write an intro for this. Oh wait, no, this is our normal shit. Okay. I thought it was the other one. All right.
No, it's Heaven and Hell. The devil you know.
Greetings and welcome to Old Drunken Discography, where all friends and fans come together to BS, argue, occasionally agree, and discuss a musical artist. This week's musical artist is Sabbath Sunday, picked by Tim.
You guys have heard it. You guys see why we're including this, right? Even though the artist is the Heaven and Hell.
Well, slow down now. Hold on. I'm Jason. That's Bill.
Okay.
Tim's ready to get in this. He's been talking about this record.
Tim, take it away. Explain to me why the hell I listened to this thing.
Go ahead, Tim.
Well, I mean, it says it right there on the cover. You listen to this because it's Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, Ronnie James Dio, and Vinny Appice. Are you here to tell me that that's not Black Sabbath? Well, no, of course. I mean, obviously, since the last album, The Forbidden, came out in '95.
If this album came out in 1980, I would say you can make the argument. No, this isn't Black Sabbath. It's Heaven and Hell.
Well, I mean, that would have been right before. That would have been right before Iommi tried to do 7 Star solo and whatnot. So yeah, I could see that.
That's way before that.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious why they call it Heaven and Hell.
It was before, only a little bit. So.
But the reason they're doing this, because at this point there's been enough reunions with Ozzy live that they've got like a commercial deal where you can't call it Black Sabbath if Ozzy's not involved anymore. But really, it stems from the Dio years. We do need to talk about the Dio years first, as to how this project even came into play. So yeah, Forbidden's the last Sabbath album.
What up, Joe? Sorry, I got skipped past my intro, but we are live streaming this episode. So if you're not catching it live, I'll be talking to chat.
Sorry for it so jumbled. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, Tim. Sorry to cut you off. Keep going.
Oh, you're good. So yeah, Forbidden's the last album, but they've reunited with Ozzy at this point live, and they're doing festivals. I saw them in 98, 99, somewhere in there, and it was fantastic. And they've got a deal where you can't really sell anything under Black Sabbath.
This was after this album, right?
Well, no, this is in the midst of that. This is a thing where it's like, okay, at this point, even working with Ozzy live.
So wait, Ozzy comes back to do live shows,
right?
And then
all
of
have
a
that
sudden,
failed attempt at some studio stuff that produces Psycho Man and Selling My Soul.
After 30 years, they're like, well, you can't use the Black Sabbath name anymore.
Well, that comes in after this. Actually, this is the album that does it.
Okay.
Yeah, because this was Tony, who owns the Black Sabbath name at this point, and it's like, okay, well, we had a good reunion run with Ozzy, but, we had some good Dio albums too, and the whole Warner Rhino acquisition, there was a lot of talk about a bunch of, compilations that came out at that time, greatest hits, ways to reintroduce the catalog to kids and whatnot. And so this is essentially... the project was, a Black Sabbath Best of the Dio Years Greatest Hits album, and maybe you guys get together and write a new song to promote it,
or
3.
Or 3.
Well, and that's it. The deal was for 1. They came out with 3 and said, we probably got another album in us.
Okay.
So and that's when the legal things came in, and they had to change the band name to Heaven and Hell.
Okay.
So then, was this just these 3 songs then, or?
Well, this is a greatest.
I mean, it's a greatest hits.
Okay.
Stuff from Heaven and Hell, Mob Rules, Dehumanizer.
I got lazy and didn't want to type out all the stuff.
Gotcha, because hilariously, when I was listening to Devil You Know, these 3 songs came at the end of that playlist.
As they should. Although, chronologically in real life, these 3 songs came out
before.
first. and were
Yeah.
the seed for the devil you know.
Kind
Yeah.
of like Operation Ivy Energy Hectic.
Yeah, exactly. So whichever way you guys want to go like through them. But story wise, this is the compilation, and it's a great compilation. You put this in, if you still got a CD player in your car, you can put this in and drive for days, like, and just let it go. It's a great
I'm
compilation.
gonna go Devil You Know first because it's how I listen to it.
Yeah, go for it.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I got notes.
Now that the story is out of the way, right?
All right.
Everybody understands what's going on.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah,
Sharon sued their asses.
but
Or
again,
threatened sued.
is anybody here gonna say that this is not a Black Sabbath album?
Now we do have a question from chat, Tim. What's a CD player?
Okay, so there used to
Damn
be
it,
things
Joe.
called stereo equipment. Is how you listen to music instead of it magically appearing in your phone, which I guess is technically now stereo equipment. Um, and so a piece of that stereo equipment would play what was called a compact disc or CD for short. And what it is it's a compact disc that much like a Blu-ray, which I think those are outdated
Are
too.
you familiar with
Um,
Blu-rays, Joe?
yeah, are you familiar with Blu-rays?
Man,
That's
I
the
remember when
question.
those were supposed to be all the rage.
They are still all the rage, right? What beats a
Really?
Blu-ray? Yeah, what beats a Blu-ray?
With
Quality wise,
licensing and digital, like physical media has an argument.
yeah,
Well, I
exactly. You
remember,
could store everything you want in the cloud, and then one day it just disappears. And
I
then
mean,
think of all that digital money you spent.
Not if you keep it yourself.
Money gone, and guess what? Yeah, so are your, rights to stream whatever you purchased.
Joe
well,
said my
that's,
phone burned up this weekend, so until Wednesday, all I got is a CD player. Busted out the old CD books. Yep.
oh,
Yeah, do it, man. Like physical media will never die. I don't care what format it is, be it vinyl, which we love here at ODD, be it cassette, which I love, be it CD, well, I love, like, be it, mini disc. I got a few of those. Like, yeah,
I wish I
physical
would have
media
kept. I
should
wish I
never
would have
die.
kept my CDs. I gave them away to Cowboy, and they were all scratched from CD books. But when I was doing Sonic Youth, I was looking up an album image, and I could only find it, and it was like for the CD version of a record that was like $700 on CD.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like, I had that.
yeah.
All right. Anyway,
Yeah,
let's get back.
I've gone through a couple times and I could probably trim a little bit more fat of stuff that like I could, take to the used CD store.
I'm all vinyl and
Got rid of a
MP3.
bunch over the years, but yeah, some CDs you just can't get rid of. And I was really into like imports and singles and stuff. So
That's a whole nother episode. We could talk about vinyl and CD in 2025 because there's a shift right now. But let's get
if you
back
find an
to
album that's good, buy it. If it doesn't matter what format or what condition it is.
that's be safe and make good decisions right there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, The Devil You Know, Adam and Evil. That was the most Black Sabbath opening track in a very long time. Heavy riffs, Dio sounding like a Timo Ozzy again. It works really well. Fear, the drum sound is a little weak. The production sounds a little muted on them. But besides that, this one was heavy as well. The lyrics were cheesy, but kind of in a good way, kind of like Ghost. Bible Black, it took a minute. I was about to write this one off as boring, but then it does do some things eventually. So far, though, these first three tracks are very samey. Double the Pain, it's just those first three tracks, though. Like, it sounds like one long Sabbath song. Like, it's
well,
very
I mean,
samey.
listen to the first albums.
Well, and we still got one album to go
No.
too. Remember that when we get to the next one.
Well, yeah, we'll get to 13. Double the Pain, you get a riff, and you get a riff. Everybody gets a riff. This album got them. Rock and Roll Angel, speaking of riffs, I love this one, how it just builds up on the intro. Lyrics are dumb though. You're on a caravan to Superman. What the fuck does that mean? The vocal melody's good though. I'll give them that. The Turn of the Screw, if this one starts out the B side, that is a hell of a way to start it. The tempo change was cool as shit. Geezer sounding good on this one. Eating the Cannibals, fuck yes. Top song contender. How many top songs do we get? I think this makes number 3 for old Dio for me. Follow the Tears. Could have been 2 minutes shorter. With it being 6 minutes, I was expecting some old school Sabbath cool. But it's fine. It's not bad. It's just not up to my expectations. That's on me. Neverwhere, She Made the Night, but the Dark's all right. Okay, Dio, whatever. Tony rips on this one, though. Breaking into Heaven, best closing track in a very, very long time. The synths in the background were low, but they were perfect. All the right spots. This is it. My final notes say this is a damn good Black Sabbath record. Because somebody who hasn't been a fan of this band for years and years and years, and going through this entire discography and seeing a record, it might not say Black Sabbath on it, but it says fucking Dio. You got Tony. You got Geezer on bass. And then you got Vinny. It's a fucking Black Sabbath record. It's one of the... Oh, I don't want to spoil my rankings. I don't remember who has the dot.
Damn,
Jason,
we almost got him. We almost got him, Bill.
Thank you for coming so long from hearing Heaven and Hell and saying Dio was a terrible singer for Black Sabbath.
I've said that on a few albums now, Bill. You need to go back and watch some of our reviews of our Dio records.
Yeah, well,
y'all got that Heaven and Hell hatred like ingrained. It's like fucking, it's Led Zeppelin graffiti
it's your
all over
graffiti.
again. That's all. Yep,
100%.
that's all it is.
Yeah.
Go back and I got Dehumanizer ranked
Physical
higher than
hell,
you.
or is it Heaven and graffiti?
Who
oh
knows?
my gosh. It's a physical hell.
Oh yeah, Pumpkin Zeitgeist though. That's. I mean, it's okay, Pumpkins. That's okay, Pumpkins, Joe. It ain't top tier Pumpkins.
All right. Well, I can follow up Jason here with Double You Know. So, Am and Evil, I'm going to say that with Breaking into Heaven is the best opening closing combination we've had at least since Eternal Idol, and I'm just trying to think if this is better than that one. If not,
good. I think this one's better though.
I'd take Computer God Buried Alive.
The only one would
honestly.
be, otherwise I'd have to go back to Heaven and Hell probably for me, like for an opening closing combination better.
Born Again, maybe.
See, I didn't like Born Again that much though, so
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you're wrong for that one too. You're right,
well,
but you're wrong.
but yeah, after Forbidden listening to this one, this was like a holy shit Black Sabbath. Yep, they could still be Black Sabbath.
No shit.
Fear, I really liked. Just how, not so much the mixing, but just how Tony's guitar and Dio's vocals worked well together on that one, I felt like. And then Bible Black. So you commented about how it sounded like these three were together. I was getting major first album vibes, especially with Bible Black, just like the slower like tempo and everything going on with it and the little bit of a shift going on. Like
I got that from the first 3. It reminded me very much of like the first 6 Sabbath.
yeah. Well, I mean, because I was especially thinking like that first one, like Bible Black top song contender. Um, Double the Pain, by no means bad. Maybe my low point on the album if I had to pick one. But it's not a bad song whatsoever. Like it's still a phenomenal Black Sabbath
Tony
song.
carries it. He carries that song.
Yes, he does. Which is why I can't. It's not a bad song. Rock and Roll Angel, I feel like they'll help bring it back. I, really felt the bass line, was kind of subtle at times, but it really helped bring everything together in that one, I thought. And then we get to Turn the Screw, followed by Eating the Cannibals. And I don't know which song I like more. Um, they they're both just phenomenal. Follow the Tears might be my second dip of the album, but that's just because it comes up right before Neverwhere, which before listening to this album, it's not so much that I wrote off later Black Sabbath, but especially after we did Dehumanizer and then, Headless Cross, not Headless Cross, Forbidden and Cross
Cross
Purposes.
purposes.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Dehumanizer was the last one with
Human
Dio, and it rips.
Yes, it did. And it's like, okay, we've got these. It's like, okay, like I remember hearing some from 13, so I was trying to get my top songs organized. And this album just threw all of that through a big old wrench. Um, but like, just say Neverwhere,
Why I pick them, Bill. It's a why
yeah.
I pick them.
I mean, Neverwhere, that might actually crack pretty high on my list, not foreshadowing too much here. But then Breaking Into Heaven, as I already mentioned, great closer. Um, Not their best closer by any means, but it is, by all intents and purposes, a Black Sabbath closing track to an album.
Mm-hmm.
Like this was another breath of fresh air in what was it supposed to be 39 years after Tony Iommi did his first riff.
Well, and as it turns out, this is Dio's last studio album. What a
Ever?
hell of a way to go out, right?
Well, yeah.
I said it during the Heaven and Hell video, but I think Dio's gets better as a singer, a vocalist, as the years go on. Like he just gets better and better.
Yeah. Which, right, is how many singers can you actually say that about?
Yeah,
Usually it's the opposite, right?
yeah.
Especially
Usually they
usually
hit
they
that
burn out.
wall, or they just can't quite hit them like they used to, or
I mean, I think this is probably his best sounding record vocally that I've heard.
I probably just have Heaven and Hell bias, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. That's we'll
well, you guys
revisit that
covered
one.
quite a bit of my notes. I got a couple things to add here, though. Um, Fear kind of like takes me back to what was it? Headless Cross had Devil and Daughter,
Yeah,
and that was a highlight of Headless Cross. Fear, I think, is a highlight here. I think that just like immediately once you get there, you notice that you're in for a ride. Bible Black was the lead single, of course, and yeah, I think Dio sounds as powerful as he ever has in his entire career on that track. Uh, and then my notes say banging heads since because they've been doing it a while. Um, it is kind of repetitive, and we're not there yet. We're still 6, 7 years away from Ghost winning a Grammy. But if you go back and you look at Ghost's Cerise, which won a Grammy, it is very much Bible Black. Here they are doing it first, still. First album
Still
in the 21st
influencing.
century. First album in the 21st century, and they're still showing people how it's done.
I got a couple questions.
Should I continue, or do you want to ask them?
Go ahead and continue. Hopefully, I'll remember them.
Double the Pain's got that awesome double geezer intro. It's like super heavy, and then when it kicks into the double time, it grooves. I love the pre-chorus. Like, if I was Godzilla, when I was stomping over Tokyo, this would be what I would listen to. Rock and Roll Angel, probably the weakest one so far, but it does build into like a really good song. Like it's really good, but I think it's the weakest one so far. And then yeah, we get to kind of what would be side B. Turn of the Screw, my notes say this is how every album since Born Again should have sounded.
I mean, I like
I
some of the Dehumanizer sounds and Eternal
Yeah,
Idol
I mean,
sounds.
take Dehumanizer out because it's a Dio, but
Yeah.
anything on Eight Star is trying to be this. Anything on Eternal Idol is trying to be this. Anything on Cross Purposes is trying to be this. Anything on Forbidden is trying to be this.
well, that begs
I
the
mean,
question: why it's the same people? Why did it work here and not before?
well, it's not on
Maturation?
those. I mean, yeah, this is the same as Dehumanizer where it did work.
To me, this doesn't sound like Black Sabbath chasing a trend. This sounds like Black Sabbath being Black Sabbath.
Yeah,
Where
doing what they do
there's quite a
best.
few
Yeah.
like albums where they're chasing trends. They're just a few years behind.
Mhm. Well, and again, the impetus was this was, oh shit, we just wrote three songs and had a good time. Let's go from there. Because this is post, I mean, this is 21st century. This is post
Oh
Dio's
yeah, there's
career
a
renaissance
huge
with
huge
Tenacious
gap,
D.
almost a 10-year
Yeah,
gap.
yeah.
Also, I
For a
want to give
long
a
time,
shout out to
Forbidden was,
it was Trey who found his copy of the Pumpkins and was talking about his phone burning up. My bad. I'm not good at reading chats, so shout out Trey.
absolutely. To follow this up real quick, where am I at? Eating the Cannibals. I mean, that sounds like throw this up against the first four albums. That is some classic 70s Sabbath right there. Swings real hard, top song contender. Eating the Cannibals, best title in forever. How great is that? Neverwhere, like I have no issues with it. I can't find any faults with it. It's just there for me. But on an album of this magnitude, in a career of this magnitude, just all right is like I'm good with it. I'm not skipping it. Um, Breaking into Heaven, like yeah, my intro just a Sabbath much. Like it's perfect. The intro is classic Sabbath. It really it really turns into something really special because even though the music gets a little draggy, Dio picks it right up. Tony Iommi's got that badass verse riff. And as a closer, I think it really works. I do want to go through the songs from the Dio years though. The Devil Cried,
Yes, we do.
classic Dio lyrics. I'll let you guys jump in. I'll start this one off. Um, Classic Dio lyrics, classic Iommi riff. It grooves. It's the first new song since Psycho Man, which was the first new song since Forbidden. So, like, yeah, this works. I'm in, right? And then you get to Shadow of the Wind. It's another Iommi masterclass. Like, especially you can hear hints of this in Psycho Man, where they're really like Tony has perfected this Doom riff. They're like it sounds so easy coming out of his fingers, and it sounds like he could just do it all day long, and it's the best riff you've ever heard every time. Uh, it's like Shadow of the Wind will literally take your head and give you the old concrete, the curb stomp. It is so heavy. And then it takes this weird, beautiful turn where, like, halfway through the guitar solo, it shifts from a minor key to a major key. And the rest of the song is, like, really upbeat and happy. And yet it still kind of does what it was doing before.
You talking
Uh,
about Shadow?
Shadow
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
Wind,
yeah. Okay.
top song contender, right? And then you get to Ear in the Wall, which, um, I mean, wait a minute. Is this one of the best Sabbath songs ever? This thing is incredible. And then beyond that, is this one? This could be like one of the best metal songs ever. Ear at the Wall is incredible. These guys showed up to play to show that they meant business. And as the closer of the Dio years, technically Ear in the Wall would be the album closer. And as an album closer, I don't want to say it's the best one in the discography because obviously you got like Fairies Wear Boots and Into the Void, but like this thing showed up to compete.
I'd love to follow that up.
Please do. Oh, one last mention about the Dio years. It's all studio stuff we've talked about at this point, except for Children of the Sea, which is taken from Live Evil, the live album they did with Dio that we did not cover, but everybody should check out.
All right.
And I'm going to grab a drink while you start.
All right. Pause. We'll cut all this out.
But we're live. We can't cut it out.
Well, pause for when this video re-airs. But live for the people. Keep our people entertained because I gotta run to the bathroom.
Oh my gosh.
Pause. There is no pause.
Say what pause? Oh sure, you come back, Jason
You
leaves.
can edit
I'm
that
still
out when
stuck
it
here.
streams or whatever, but there is no pause.
Oh my gosh. Now people are asking me to entertain them. Oh,
Hashtag the people know.
oh my, give the people what they want. Oh,
But yeah, anytime you guys want to, if you guys got anything to add about these three songs, I think they're a great compendium to an amazing album.
yeah. I mean, you know what sucks? So we get 12 top songs, right? Plus one bonus for 13.
Two bonus. Don't kid
Well,
yourself.
Well, having 13 top songs each sounds better for Black Sabbath.
Let me ask Chat, did Bill entertain you while I was gone? Because it doesn't sound very entertaining when I got back.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Chat, let us know.
What, are you going to say unpause now? We never paused in the first place.
We paused.
Unpause, Bill.
When this video airs, none of this will be there. Blue editing magic.
When it airs in the past.
You only get
When
this
Power
if you're
of
watching
editing.
live.
In 2006.
Trey said he tried. Okay.
Hey, that's all you can ask.
Bill I can't even say it. The Bill Battalion tried.
Yes.
All right. Unpause. I'll follow that up. So why the hell did I have to fucking listen to these three songs on this honorable mentions? Tim wasted my fucking time. No, I'm just
Bullshit.
kidding. The Devil's Cried. Why did we have to go through 9 Black Sabbath albums before we heard a Black Sabbath song again? This song fucking kicks ass. The Shadow of the Wind, simple but really fucking cool riff. Dio sounds okay. I'm really curious about how this upcoming Ozzy album is going to go, because if the band gives Ozzy this kind of music, shit should be top tier. Ear in the Well, fucking...
Earmark that last statement, please, sir.
I've heard it, and we'll get there.
We'll get there. Yes,
It's
we will.
coming.
Yeah, I wrote my notes before I heard it. Ear in the Well, fucking top song contender. These three songs rip. Just like Devil, some of the best music we've heard in a very, very long time from this band.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Screw you, Tim. I could almost make an entire Black Sabbath top songs off of only Dio thanks to these three songs.
Oh, I guessed it right. Let's go.
Like, I
highly recommend this compilation. If you see it in Walmart or wherever for $4,
pick it up instantly. Yeah. I mean, even all of us had Mob Rules kind of lower on the list for Black Sabbath. But I mean, honestly, it had some good songs. So I'm just guessing it's those songs that made it on this album.
There are a few, and they definitely make you go back to that album.
We'll get to the rankings. I'm pretty sure you had it ranked lower than we did.
I probably did, but like there was 3 or 4 songs I liked on Mob Rules, but that was at the.
But it feels weird to say that Mob Rules might be the weakest Dio album here, right?
Man.
Yeah, but I mean, when you compare it to everything else, like, it makes sense. Even though to say that released in 81, right? Or was it 82?
82.
Let me
82
ask you my
is
question.
weaker than the
One of those.
09 Dio album.
Let me ask you my question, Tim. How did this
Sure.
album sell?
It did all right.
We did all right. It didn't
It did all right. It it didn't.
did it suffer
I
from
don't
not
have the
having the
exact
Black
numbers in
Sabbath
front of
name?
me. Say it again.
Did it suffer for not having the Black Sabbath name on it?
No, everybody knew.
Okay.
Everybody knew why it wasn't called Black Sabbath.
And then my second question is, how do other people rank this record? Because you watch a lot of other YouTubers with where they rank it. Like, where would
I
this?
do, and people don't include this because it's not listed on Wikipedia.
But I mean, it's the
I,
same fucking people.
when we started Sabbath Sundays back in 2006 or however long we've been doing this,
Back
I
when we had
made a point
CDs.
like we're not doing this without mentioning the devil you know, because this is not only a Black Sabbath album, but it's one of the better ones.
I'm not gonna spoil my rankings. I bet I
God, I
got the
hope you're
dot.
guessing. Just
I
to
bet
mess
I
with
got the
yourself.
fucking dot. But I do agree. I 100% agree with you, Tim. That was.
Yeah, I mean they even say it on the cover, like, yeah, we're not going to put Black Sabbath on the cover, but we're going to put Tony Iommi, Geezer Butler, Ronnie James Dio, and
Fuck.
Vinny Appice, which, other than the one and only lineup that should ever be Black Sabbath, if you're gonna have a Black Sabbath lineup, I think this is the one you want.
Bill, you got the dot. Shh, chat. Shh.
You just switched around the dots, didn't you?
No. Yeah, I did. I can't.
See.
I can't
Yeah,
lie.
because Tim was gonna get. Tim wanted to guess 13, if I remember right.
Oh,
Tim.
I mean, I'm good with either,
Yeah.
but
No, I got the dot. All right. Son of a bitch.
This one might be the hardest one to rank to this point, just because we have all these other albums to compare it against.
I'm just gonna move those down here because they're all on the same page. I'm gonna do that for Tim too.
Well, Tim almost has Mob Rules at the same point I do.
Let me
I
check
mean, I
my.
think it's pretty clear that Mob Rules is the weakest of the Dio albums.
Let me check my
Yeah.
rankings.
Well, not according to Jason.
Not according to Jason, but we can all love physical graffiti, apparently.
Thank you, Zoom Bar. You just caused an edit to get cut out. All that shit they just said is get cut out.
Oh my god! But it was live, so everyone saw it.
Oh yeah, Trey saw it. All right.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna move that down there so I could just do this. These massive discographies are a pain in the ass when you gotta scroll. Oh my god.
Sure.
Where'd we go?
These late era bangers.
All right. Put those up there. Move us over here. Next album, we get to do the color code too. That will be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it will. Well, it'll be interesting to see where 13 lands after this, too.
Well, we know Bill doesn't like Volume 4.
Right, which is wrong.
And he likes Eternal Idol. He doesn't like that. He's going to put this above any Dio besides Heaven and Hell. This is where it gets. I'm going to go ahead and move Tim's here too. Because this is where it gets dicey here. Because now you're breaking that first wall. I'm going to say both of you like it better than Sabotage.
You'll be right for me, I think.
You think? I'm gonna start asking. I want you guys to write out your list of albums because I think y'all changed that shit just to throw me off.
No,
Just to
we
say
would
I guess
never do
wrong.
that. We
No,
would never do that.
I can tell
I
you if
think
it
I
ever
think y'all
changes,
guessed
it's
wrong.
not to throw you off. It's because of realization of like where I'm putting it now. Like, is it actually supposed to be here?
Yeah, this has been a long one. It's hard to keep up with all these. Um,
Because
I don't know if Tim's gonna put it above Volume 4.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you're wrong already. I'm not putting it above Sabotage.
Okay.
And I'm look, and then right below that is the two Dio albums that I love. And it's like,
Oh
okay,
God, yeah, yeah.
it's clear that the Mob Rules is the weakest of the four Dio albums. And this just is a strong contender for like which one would be my favorite.
You're right, Trey.
So I don't have access to the things. So
Oh, he said
um
he said it's a in the moment mulligan.
well, with an artist like this, sometimes you got to wait till the last minute before you make up your mind.
Yep, I
Um,
get it. I get it. Where you sitting though?
I'm gonna put it between Dehumanizer and Heaven and Hell.
Oh,
I'm gonna put it number 7.
all right. I think Wild Bill's gonna get a little bit
Stick
crazier
around
though.
for artwork.
No, I think he's gonna put it right there. Number 6.
I don't think I can put it above Sabotage either. Let's put it at number 7. I don't like. I want to, but at the same time, I don't think it deserves to be over Sabotage.
Well, again, shout out to Dio for delivering an epic performance for his
Oh yeah.
finale in a career that predates the Beatles. Like that kid had it, and he did it.
That's where I have it too. It's not. I can't put it above the first album, but I do like it better than Dehumanizer. I think it's more modern and it's more Sabbath. Like when I
Yeah.
when I want a Sabbath record, like it's very in tune with those first 6 records musically.
It definitely sounds like they're being creative and having fun doing it, as opposed to say a Forbidden, which sounds like they're kind of struggling with it. Or stick around when we get to the eventual return of Ozzy and all the
Yeah.
drama that's going to come with the next album.
So right now we got Paranoid ranked the highest with Sabbath Bloody Sabbath following next, and then Masters of Reality
As
overall,
it should be.
average
As it
wise.
should be.
Yeah.
And then
As it
it's
should be.
probably Sabotage followed by Volume 4, just because I'm tanking the shit out of Volume 4.
Now, like I said, I went back and listened to Heaven and Hell, as Tim.
Oh, you did?
Well, yeah, because we got Album Wars coming up next,
Oh, yeah.
so I might have
Any
to pull.
mulligans?
Yeah.
It's going to go down even further, right?
I don't know. This is for Volume 4. No, actually, I can't do it. I can't. I wanted to do that. I
You
wanted
can't.
to, but I couldn't.
Yeah,
I
you
couldn't.
can't.
I couldn't. It's not the worst because those 2 cross records exist.
Herb says we're all too low on Mob Rules, but like, what do we put behind Mob Rules that we have higher?
Yeah.
I mean, you could put Born
I
Again
give you
above it.
Country Girl.
Oh, you're talking
Country
about
Girl.
going the other way.
Let's say, well, basically, we gotta move it up.
I can't
I mean,
put
I
it
guess-
above Purple Sabbath, Ozzy. I'm
I
in
mean,
the
I
minority.
might-
I like that. I like that record, that Black Sabbath Star record. I like that one.
The
I mean,
featuring.
I
Yeah, I liked it.
might be able to put it above that, but I don't think I will. And I definitely like Tear better.
I like Tear better too. You got cross purposes above it though. That's just fucked. Both of y'all have it. That's where they can move it up right
We don't
there.
have whoa, talk about that.
No, both of you. You got it like above Tear.
Cross purposes?
Or
You mean
I'm sorry,
headless
cross the other fucking cross, right? Headless,
Headless
cross.
cross.
Headless,
Listen,
yeah.
you're making me second guess. It's like
No, cross purposes. That don't even count. That's down there at the bottom.
Again, go back to Devil and Daughter and Black Moon.
I have no reason ever to go back to that record.
Headless Cross got some good stuff.
Either one of those. Color code.
Man,
will
I
tell
can't
all.
wait to see what Jason's color code. I want to see what color he gives Heaven and Hell.
I'll say this: I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 colors. I'm going across the board.
There is only 5 colors available.
I'm going all 5.
All
You went
5.
nickel?
Okay.
All 5. All right, well, stick around for that. We'll be getting to the last record finally. Ozzy comes back, 13. We'll do our color code. After that, we'll do our top songs. And then we'll talk.
Is it the most anticipated record of the 21st century?
It wasn't for me.
I mean, I don't know. Tay-Tay had some pretty anticipated albums.
I mean, I was more excited for Chinese Democracy just to hear that shit show.
I mean, okay, we'll get into that. Okay.
Stick around for that. Thanks for watching. If you've been following along, watching all these Black Sabbath records, leaving us comments down below. I try to respond to them all. We appreciate it. We need all the help we can get. And we live stream every Monday. The first Monday of every month we live stream. We're live streaming this episode right now. You could have joined us in the chat and been like, "You guys are wrong. Heaven and Hell is trash," or whatever.
Man, that's just propaganda.
Which is wrong because you're the wrong for saying that Heaven and Hell is trash.
But if you'd like to argue with us, hey, that's not a real Sabbath record. Fight us. Come on in the chat. As always,
does anybody before we are safe and make good decisions? A lot of people don't rank Heaven and Hell. Do you guys see a reason why they shouldn't?
Talk about the Devil You Know.
Yes.
I see no reason.
No.
And
Like,
I'll say this.
Sabbath album, right?
I joined a Discord and they said Black Sabbath, including the Devil You Know. Like, shout out to Black Sabbath Discord. I'll be posting this video in there.
Real fans know. Album.
This album's some of the best Black Sabbath I've personally heard in a very long time. I mean, it's better than Mob Rules. It's better than Heaven and Hell. All right. We'll get to that. We got that coming up. Album Wars.
That could be a fun debate. We'll see who wins tonight's debate.
Yeah, we'll see who wins.
Is there a winner?
The loser up against Heaven and Hell. But
actually, no, it shouldn't be. Is there a winner? Is there actually going to be a loser tonight? Really?
Me.
Yes, all of us. We all lose.
Me.
Actually, Jason loses.
Actually, I'm the neutral one because I got no dog in this fight. So we'll see.
I mean, I don't think that I really don't necessarily have a dog in the fight. I'm just.
All right. Anyway, as always, be safe and make good decisions. I may cut some of that out of the video at the end there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course. That's how we do it.
Because the album wars will have already aired by then. So.
Oh,
sure. So it won't matter. Yeah.
I think.
I'm getting ready for it.
Honestly, I can't keep up with how our shit comes out anymore. Trey put together this like Excel sheet, which was like fucking amazing. I love me a good Excel sheet, Trey. I gotta let this dog out. Bill, keep him entertained.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the sad part is for this album wars, I only have one of these albums on vinyl. Oh, so before we get started, who are you guys rooting for? Blizzard of Oz or Heaven and Hell? I know. Well, follow-up question: has everyone actually listened to both of these besides us? I mean, everyone's probably heard Blizzard of Oz at some point. I mean, I know for me, Blizzard of Oz was the one that I heard first, and then I found Heaven and Hell after. Because, so yeah. Because I remember that was one of the CDs I always threw in the CD changer back when I was growing up. Was Blizzard of Oz was what I'd throw in, get mixed around, hit shuffle, before you could do it in digital streaming.
Oh yeah, the 5 disc changer shuffle. That was I live for that still.
Yeah, there was the 6 disc shuffle system, right? Where you'd load up
Yeah,
6 different CDs, throw
yeah.
it in, then
Oh yeah,
And then
dude.
you just hear it changing
when
between
the
each one.
cars started getting the ones that would play MP3s, so you could load up 6 discs, but each disc had like a good 10, 15 albums on it, and then shuffle that.
My first home stereo that I got, it was one of those triple deckers. You had the 2 cassette decks, you had the radio bullshit, and then in the top I had a 3 CD changer. And when I upgraded from tapes to CDs, my dad bought me 3 CDs. He got me something that he knew I liked, which was Pearl Jam's Vitology. He got me something that he wanted me to like, which was Tom Petty and the Heartbreaker, or no, sorry, just Tom Petty Wildflowers. And then he got me Aerosmith's Greatest Hits for some fucking reason, which ironically was my first
Because who
cassette as
didn't
well.
have that album?
Yeah, that was my first cassette. It was my first CD. I mean,
My first CD.
yeah, I mean, it's 10 tracks. It's fucking good. It's good shit.
Yep. All you need is Walking in the Sand.
Remember, walking in the sand. We still get comments on the Aerosmith videos. Like,
Yeah, they're one of those bands I wish they were better.
Trey says he leans towards Blizzard.
I see that.
Well, yeah, I mean we'll break it down, won't we?
Yeah, we'll break it down. Let's go.
So I only got that one. Oh shit, my background fucks it up, but it's okay. It's clear which one I got.
Operation Ivy. I know if I saw both of these records in a bin, I know which one I'd buy.
Well, do you want to start us off? Or do you want to guess where you think Bill and I sit? Or like how do we want to do a
Joe, this is a heavy Sabbath live video. Next live video, we're going to do them Crooked Vultures one shot. We're going to do Smash versus Dookie.
Yeah.
When Tim does nothing but lose.
And I don't remember what else we're doing that night.
I think it's like open for. I think it's still open, right?
Were we going to talk about some of the?
That's a month ahead, man. We don't plan that far.
Yeah.
So when
we
got
any ideas for what else we should talk about?
I thought we were going to touch on the Album of the Decade series a little bit, because like we've got everything filmed, but like now we got to actually make the bracket and stuff after everything airs.
Well, I made the bracket, but some things are missing, so I got to figure out what I'm. I got to go back there. But we could touch on that tonight. Who gives a fuck? I know Joe bracket's gonna get nasty. It's gonna get nasty.
Yes, it is.
Herp likes Heaven and Hell better.
Joe
but
says
Iron Maiden takes the cake for 80. So which.
That's a good question.
Wrong. He's not wrong.
Joe says Smash versus Dookie is fun, possibly a meat grinder mashup. I don't remember where they sat. Smash is not against Dookie. Smash is against.
I think Dookie got a bye, right?
Yeah.
No.
You guys get.
No, Dookie's against. I don't remember.
Probably some bullshit I put in there.
It's not Smash though. One of them's gonna get wiped out. Possibly both of them could get wiped out in Wave 2, not by each other. So.
Okay.
Smash is against something Tim picked. I remember that.
Oh, that's. Oh, wasn't it Mr. Bungle's California?
No, that's Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style.
Oh, that was Snoop Dogg. That's right. Was it the other Mr.
Bill,
Bungle?
Bill, it's gonna be on you, man. I don't know that. Who knows where that could go? I could go either way on that one. That's a hard fucking debate for me. California.
Right? That might be one you just automatically get. As long as it goes to the wheel, I'm happy.
Yeah, it could go to the wheel on that one. Because you and Joe haven't heard California yet, so
No.
if one of y'all goes one and the other goes the other, I might just throw it to the wheel. Let California's fate live for that.
I mean, yeah, they're all on the chopping block. So
Yep, everybody's on the chopping block except one artist.
that's right.
He's got Tears in Heaven. All right, let's get to this. Let me let my dog in back in real quick, and then we'll record our next.
So
video.
yes, let's get to this. How we doing, chat? This is how it usually goes, where we try to get going, but then somebody says something, or we gotta, make an errand or whatever.
Yeah.
This is how it usually goes, right here.
I just looked up smashes against Mr. Bungle.
I mean, Joe and Trey have all been on the show, so they know how it. Well, Herp hasn't. Oh yeah, Herp's here. Herp hadn't been on the show,
Yeah,
so
what's up, Herp Alert?
he doesn't know how it goes. But we got to get Herp on the show.
Are you sure Green Day didn't get a bye? For
Dookie didn't know. Insomniac did. Kerplunk did.
Nimrod's first round, though.
Yeah, Nimrod's first round and Dookie's first round. I think.
I can't find
did Bill
Dookie.
get the whole list? Because apparently I didn't get the whole list.
All right, hold on. If you can't find it, give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen here.
Everyone watching
Like I
live
said-
stream. Oh, there it is. No, it's Pearl Jam versus.
That's right. Yeah, Pearl Jam's fucked, dude. Pearl Jam's fucked.
Yeah, they're fucked.
Those are both. Those are both like. I mean, Dookie wasn't my pick, but I'm gonna pick Dookie over fucking versus.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the rough draft here. We got Bungle. Mr. Bungle self-titled is going against Smash. That's my favorite Bungle record. That's my favorite
But it's
Smash.
Smash.
That's my favorite Offspring record too, though.
Will and Bill and Joe haven't heard this Mr. Bungle self-titled yet either.
They haven't. They haven't.
No, but it's Offspring.
But it's
I may
Mr.
script
Bungle's
it out
first
before we-
album.
Wait, what did Trey
But it's
say?
Smash.
Joe
But
says
it's
Counting
Mr.
Crows,
Bungle's
August and everything
first
after.
album.
Yeah.
Have you
Garth
seen what
Brooks
August
is
and everything
fucked.
after is going against, Joe? It's going against old
Rope in the
old-
Wind.
Yeah, old Garth Brooks, one of them Garth Brooks
Yeah.
records.
Has Joe seen the list yet?
I posted. I
Oh,
don't know
he
if he's
probably-
read it.
Okay, cool.
Joe says Joe S says Bungle, of course, but
Yeah,
Garth Brooks is host. Yeah, I looked at that honestly. I'd probably could go with Counting Crows also on that, anyways. Even though I do love that Garth album.
I'm thinking if Joe hears Mr. Bungle, he's still gonna go Smash. It
but he's
depends
got
on
to
what
hear Mr. Bungle.
it depends on what Tiny
Is-
Tim does.
Is Mr. Bungle gonna make it out of the first round?
Mr.
If
Bungle,
it
I'll say
doesn't,
this:
it's 'cause you didn't listen to it.
Mr. Bungle is if you're going by like a better record overall, musically, artistically, Mr. Bungle's the better album than Smash. But where does nostalgia come in? I mean,
Well, then it's up to you assholes. But you already know statistically Mr. Bungle's a better album.
I can say that because I've heard both these records and I love Smash. I love it so fucking much. But from a musical standpoint, Mr. Bungle self-titled is the better record. I'll say that.
Gotta listen to it, Bill.
Oh no, absolutely.
I mean, do you like carnival music? That's my favorite
No.
Bungle album. I was
That was
opposite.
your favorite, yeah.
I was opposite. I think Joe S had
And yeah,
disco.
it's carnival music, but it's so much more.
Oh, there's a lot of shit going on that record. Like, I want to get that on vinyl. We got Dennis Leary versus Refused. That's an easy pick.
That's that.
That's
I
easy
feel
for
bad
me.
for both of those.
Trey said Smash was the album that led me to music other than my parents, so I would go Smash. Plus, I like Disco Volante more. I like the first one better than Disco, but Disco didn't even make the grinder because Tim left it up to me. You let me choose the bungle.
I mean, I knew that it would have the hardest. No one's gonna vote for it.
If you would have let, you fucking
Because in a real world, that would win.
You put Phantomos in the fucking grinder. I'd put Disco over Phantomos.
Yeah, but I'm making you listen to Phantomos too.
I already listened to it. I don't want to listen to it again. Where's it going up against?
Oh yeah.
What's it going up against?
Got no chance.
Oh, it was at the bottom.
Weird Al.
Running with Scissors.
I mean, a long,
not
long
Weird Al's
time
strongest
ago.
album, though. So
It is
I'll
not.
throw that up.
It's not.
It's not, but it's still a good Weird Al album.
Oh, Weird Al's going to come from the fucking...
It's a good Mike Patton album with Dave Lombardo and Buzz Osborne and Trevor Noah.
I mean, I'll have to go with Weird Al. I got to listen to Phantomos again. I got to listen to Weird Al again, but off the top of my head, that's a Weird Al pick right there. Weird Al's going to creep from the fucking bottom of fucking wave one all the way to the top.
So that one's up to Dork Joe then.
Oh, Joe's going
Does it go
weird.
to the wheel or does it win?
I think Joe's going Weird Al, 100%. Ain't no way.
He'll listen to it, though.
I don't know.
Listen
I think,
to it.
is Weird Al going to go 3 for 3? Because Weird Al, Bad Hair Day is better than Black Hawk. I'll say that outright. Those are both my picks.
Oh,
Does Off the Deep End beat Skid Row, though?
Yes. I'll have to listen to Skid Row, but yes. I mean, that's fucking Off the Deep End.
I know.
Right.
It is.
Good Weird Al album. As opposed to Running with Scissors.
There's good shit. There's good shit on Running, though. There's good shit.
Fucking Albuquerque's on Running with Scissors.
I'll give it the fair shake. I'll listen to it again.
It's all about the
Albuquerque takes you
Penlands.
through a journey.
The Saga Begins
but
takes
the
you
first
through a journey.
Phantomos album doesn't take you through a journey.
But it's
It
an
takes-
emotional.
It takes you through a. I don't
It
want to
takes you through a
spoil it.
comic book.
I don't want to spoil
A
it.
comic book.
What else is Weird Al going against?
It's just those three.
Yep.
What three?
No one else put Weird Al in the grinder.
Off the
Skid
Deep
Row,
End.
Yep.
Bad
Black
Hair
Hawk.
Day. Oh, Black Hawk. Oh, yeah,
and-
that's easy.
yeah.
Yeah, Weird Al's going to make it all the way. He's going to have 2 fucking in wave 2. Holy shit.
You guys gotta listen to that Phantomos album, though.
It's going to get dicey with bracket 2, though. Just saying.
It is. Oh, I know.
You know, want to talk about a dichotomy? Harkus is against Radiohead.
Joe said, "Oh God,
I
tough
kind of
choice."
love that matchup. I know it's a loser, but
Both Joes
I kinda
said
love
that's a
that matchup.
which one's a tough one? The Weird Al versus Phantomos?
No, that's an easy one for me.
Well, both Joes
Circus
said that's
versus
a tough
Radiohead
one.
is an easy one for me.
I didn't check chat, so I don't know when they said it. What we were saying when they said it.
Well, the thing is, there's a delay also.
There's a delay too. Yeah.
Well, now
okay,
you just said, yeah, that doesn't
You're a
make
delay.
Joe, I'm telling you, listen to that Phantomos. Weird Al all the way.
Listen to that Phantomos.
Fucking
Weird
patent
Al
bias
All you
all
gotta
the
do is
way.
get past track 5, and then it all starts making sense.
That's
Oh, God.
That's a tough first 5 tracks, though, man. That's
But
a
then
first track
but then
one.
it gets really good.
That's
Wait,
Sonic Youth
is
levels
Phantomos
of
the one
tough.
where it's the comic book?
Yep.
Oh my God!
It does.
So
but
it's not track 5. It's page 5, or is it chapter 5?
Right.
God.
Book 1, page. No, that's all. That's one book. So it's
Bill,
all pages.
trust. We gotta get to that grinder before we do Sonic Youth, because I'm really curious. If you fucking say you like that Phantomos, but you don't like some Sonic Youth, I'm gonna have some issues.
You know, like they both party in the same boat. Like I
Very
see no
similar.
reason why you can't like both.
Well, I don't think he'll like either.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a boat as well.
I mean, speaking of liking both, we got
Yeah, the
Heaven and
first
Hell and
five
Blizzard of
tracks,
Oz we
it's a
gotta talk
long
about.
4 minutes, Joe. It's a long 4 minutes. All right, let's get into our next video. Is everybody ready?
What do you mean by ready?
Are you ready to record this next episode? Our very first in a new series called Album Wars.
I mean, is anyone ever truly ready
Yeah, well, that is the question, Bill. That's what I'm asking. Are you ready?
to rock?
Hold on, my cat's not fucking ready. Pumpkin, shut the fuck up.
Hey, have a good night, Trey. Thank you for tuning in.
Is Trey out? I'm old and it's late.
We'll see you in the Discord.
All right. Yes, Sonic Youth Sundays is coming. You damn right. All right. Greetings and welcome to Old Drunken Discography, where old friends, fans come together to BS, argue, occasionally agree, and discuss a musical artist. This is a new series we are doing called Album Wars. I'm your host, Jason. Your other host is Tim.
We're doing this one live too. Join us the first Monday of every month.
And Bill.
Yeah, I don't know how to top up those lines, so here we are.
And as Tim alluded to, we are live right now. You can catch us. Let us know down below. Yeah, join us in the chat. You could be jumping in here because this is going to get a little spicy, I think. This is our first Album Wars. We've talked about it if you've been following our Sabbath Sundays. You know how it is. This was a major split in rock and roll music. It was a big deal. Well, let's get into it. Tim, Heaven and Hell.
1980, right?
1980.
Ozzy leaves Sabbath. So they both put out new albums in 1980, starting their careers. So before we even get into all the details, let me ask guys a question. Who has more to prove going into this?
Ozzy definitely has more to prove, I would say.
In one corner, you've got a band who have fired their very popular lead singer, who has brought them to international superstardom over the last decade. Black Sabbath comes out with Heaven and Hell. You've got Tony Iommi, you've got Bill Ward, you've got Geezer Butler, you got Ronnie James Dio. Not a bad replacement, right? And then, in this corner, you got said singer, who's the serious, I don't know, fiend, addict, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to say Ozzy is in 1979, 1980. You think Ozzy has more to prove?
I would say so.
I don't.
I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, feel free to elaborate because I'm seriously asking this question.
Yeah,
I even before we get into it,
I mean, I'm just looking. So
more to prove.
So I'm just looking at Ozzy. So I'm looking from like a numbers perspective, right?
Sure.
You still have everyone else in the Black Sabbath together there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just got one person, Ozzy, going off for his own solo career is what it is, because it's Ozzy Osbourne. It's not, 7 Star starring Tony Iommi, which happens later.
We're not even there yet.
I'm just saying, like, I would argue, like, having your name put on something is more of a statement if you feel like you have more to prove.
Sure. In that regard, Black Sabbath has the easy way out here, and Ozzy definitely has more to prove. I agree with that.
Yeah, but on the flip side, Ozzy's the lead singer. Everybody already knows that name. If it was, say, a different world where Ozzy continued with Black Sabbath and Tony went off and did something separate, like
Right.
Tony and the Seventh Star. If he would have put that, if we were talking Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell with Ozzy singing just without Tony versus a Tony record, there'd be no I think Tony would have more to prove because he's the guitarist. I hate to say it, lead singers always have the clout of their name usually.
Right. They're
is
the face. They're the voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne's name is just as strong as the Black Sabbath name. I think they're equal there. I think they both have something to prove.
They both definitely have something to prove. I think you're correct, Jason. Yeah. They both have something to say in 1980. Yeah, I mean, and we'll get into 1980. 1980 is such a monumental a year for music, for heavy music. In addition to these two fine albums, which I'm sure we're about to break down in very serious detail.
Yes, track by track. Let's go.
Iron Maiden's debut comes out this year. Motorhead's The Ace of Spades comes out this year. AC/DC's Back in Black comes out in 1980, which I don't think I need to remind anybody is still the best-selling album out of all of these we're going to mention. And it's still one of
those is
top
better than
10.
one of these.
Well, do you want to start or do you want us to start? How do you want to do this on our new segment?
Yeah, this is a new segment.
Are we just going track by track?
I'll say
all
date-wise, Heaven and Hell came out first. It was April 18th versus Ozzy's September 12th. I don't think that would have mattered. I mean,
the Sabbath one was done in the UK where they brought in the American. Ozzy's was done in LA where they brought in a bunch of LA guys. We haven't said the immortal words yet, but I'll break that seal. The late great Randy Rhoads, of course.
Good night, Joe.
Is introduced to the world on Blizzard of Oz, although he was stolen from a local LA band called Quiet Riot, who's still a couple years away from finding their own success. And yeah, I mean, long live Randy Rhoads. Definitely comes more out of the Eddie Van Halen style as opposed to the Tony Iommi style. But you brought up an interesting point. If Sabbath had lost Tony, but got Randy Rhoads, so you got a Bill Geezer, Ozzy, Randy album,
we'd have a totally different conversation. We'd be having a totally different conversation.
we would.
Now, I know the ideal of this came when we just randomly started talking about this during the Heaven and Hell album review. Go check out our Sabbath Sunday. We are Playlist Link channel, blah, 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 blah. But I've done this for years with my friends. Like, one of us will say, this is the best album, and somebody says, no, this one is. It's like, well, let's go track by track. Okay. That's how we've always done it. Now, there's 8 tracks versus 9 tracks. We'll let that.
We'll let that slide because the 9-track has a short instrumental.
Yeah, a short instrumental. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So, starting off, Neon Lights, right? Now, you guys keep talking about Neon Lights, since we've done the Heaven and Hell, going through the discography, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
I still stand by my notes. I listened to it again. I can't find my notes. I took horrible notes. There it is.
Can't find, can't read.
The guitar riff. The guitar riff is good. The guitar solo is good.
Turn down your radio.
I don't like anything else about it. Like, it sounds like if I was going to go to the interstate fucking fair and I was riding the Himalaya.
Don't like Neon Nights.
I still don't like it.
Hey,
and I'll say this because you brought up a good point with Operation Ivy and you don't like ska. I don't like 80s cock rock metal. And I don't care if this was the first 80s cock rock metal album that came out. Kudos. It's a sound that I just do not like. I fucking hate it.
Well, and that makes me wonder then, because stylistically, it's not cock rock. So I wonder if it's just
It's
like the
Dio.
compression. Well, yeah, okay, I give you that. Because immediately I'm like, yeah, the guitar is raw enough. It's not, glam rock. Um, y- and obviously they're not pretty dudes, so they're not like, in your face pouting their lips like Paul Stanley or Bret Michaels. Dio, like, you
They
know,
might not have the look. They don't have the
hindsight's a great
look.
thing, right? And they're both gone. God rest them both. But I always kind of, I now see Dio as the precursor to someone like a Chris Cornell,
I mean,
where
yeah, I mean,
where
like I
where
say,
like the vocals just take on this other ethereal world-like quality that, like, yeah, okay, it's very much of its time, but it also transcends that time, and like because just the individual talent is so good.
I don't think this stands the test of time. I don't. This sounds like the
Hey,
80s.
Which
And
is
it's
funny because it comes straight out of 1980,
right.
so it could be a 70s album.
I
It's
don't
like
hear the
1990
70s.
would still be 80s.
I
so
sure,
let me
but
get this.
I hear this like everything in the like this started something in the 80s. Like this is not this isn't 70s rock to me. This is 80s rock.
So I
Sure.
just want to make
Okay.
sure that I think this is a good like transition here. So Jason, your issue with Neon Knights and Dio's voice and everything
On
is
this record.
because on this record is because like every other Black Sabbath record before them, they inspired music afterwards, and the music that this inspired during the '80s is stuff you don't like.
Yes.
Okay,
So let's
Yes.
bring it to Blizzard of Oz then.
so what
Let's
about I don't know.
You're
okay.
right. Which,
All right. Yeah, let's start with I don't know. Fucking great riffs, great opening.
right.
What y'all got for
But it
that?
also kind of encapsulates everything that's going to come from the
Yeah,
80s.
it's almost they're not
It's
the
got that
same
disco
song, but
bass. It's
yeah.
it's very hooky. It's
Oh, it's
very
exceptionally hooky.
um like, I mean, I listened to both these albums again today, and I've spent decades with both of them. I've got a long history with both of them. And yeah, just even again listening to it today. Um Blizzard of Oz sounds very LA, and Heaven and Hell sounds very
British?
grungy. It does sound British. It's
I don't
got
hear
that classic
grunge. I
Laney
don't hear
sound.
grungy.
It's got that classic Laney sound. And yeah, and then yeah, Blizzard of Oz is very, very LA. It's very clean and crisp, um, and bouncy. Now,
Hmm.
I mean, I'll read you my notes for I don't know. Like, and the first three words are a classic banger. I don't know is, a top song when we get to Ozzy's catalog, right? Your first song on your first album and it's this good? Hell yeah. Randy Rhoads comes out the gate. The hook in itself, always in my head. I don't care what you ask me. Don't ask me because I don't know. Um, and even like the ballady breakdown works because Ozzy sounds so good. Like, I don't know is a banger. But Neon Nights?
Yeah, Knights so that's like when I was like writing stuff down for me between these two. Initially, I looked at I don't know like all right. I don't like I was trying to do like side by side like what track is the better one lining them up that way, right? Initially, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know, better. It's like, but then I listen to Dion Nights again. It's like, God, like for me, like Neon Nights just I don't want to say it sounds fuller, but I feel like just everything encapsulated between,
I
you know, the
do like
musicians
the
and
bass flows. The
oh,
guitar riff is on
I
point.
mean,
Bill is
it's
swinging super
phenomenal.
hard. Yeah,
Yeah. Like, and that's
and it very much carries over that vibe of the track Paranoid from the album Paranoid, where
yes.
it's that short blast of in your face,
It's
Yep.
so cheesy.
just rips.
So cheesy.
It's cheesy because everyone ripped it off
It don't
afterwards.
matter. It's still fucking cheesy. It's cheesy in 19. All right, Children of the Sea versus Crazy Train. Bill, lead
I
us
mean,
off.
yeah, we're gonna get to cheesy in this conversation, but this is not the lineup to do it.
No, no, I'm not talking this lineup. I was talking the first lineup.
Right. Yeah, no, I hear you, and I'm gonna bring it up again. But yeah, Children of the Sea versus Crazy Train. That's like
So
one of the that's one of life's mysteries right there, right?
I mean, I really like the slower, like dun 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 of Children of the Sea just as it goes through. I mean, Crazy Train has probably one of the most iconic openings of any song ever, like
It is
without
up
a
there,
doubt.
yeah. And yeah, God bless Randy Rhoads. That guitar solo is chef's kiss
Oh,
perfection. Um,
yeah, but Iommi's solo with Children of the Sea is
Children of
also
the Sea is such it's so
like, and then you get the quiet, just picking at the guitar portion, like
and this is one of those situations where it's like, okay, yeah, you got Crazy Train,
yes, which
but
was
this is
the
how good Children of the Sea is, where there's even a question because, like, like, okay, so I'm jumping around a little bit here, but you take a song like Iron Maiden's "Children of the Damned," where it's like, yeah, it might be Iron Maiden's best song. It might not even make the list. But regardless, it's still like one of the best metal songs you've ever heard in your life. Like Crazy Train, right?
I mean, Crazy Train is what got me opened the door for me to Ozzy Osbourne and then Black Sabbath and Dio and all this other stuff. Like
And
that
that's
was my
and that's
gateway.
how good and that's how good Children of the Sea is.
Yeah.
I don't
I'll
know.
call I'll call no, I'll call track two a draw personally.
What about you,
I
Bill?
mean,
You calling a draw?
I
We're just making this up as we go along.
I want to go Children of the Sea, but like I mean, I could definitely agree with the draw, but I want to give my nod
But
to Children of the Sea on that one.
Okay.
Like I just
Well, then I'm gonna give
uh
my nod to Crazy Train because it's fucking Crazy Train. Come on.
I know, but
I was 12 years old. I was like
fucking
in
Children of the
1990,
Sea.
91, 92. You turned on TK, they were still fucking playing goddamn Crazy Train. Like,
Yeah,
it's Crazy Train. Those
right.
lyrics alone, that's another thing you guys keep talking about, oh, the music. Lyrically, so far, I don't know in Crazy Train whoops the shit out of Children of the Sea and Neon Lights lyrically. Just saying. We'll
Well, we're not
revisit
going to
that.
we haven't gotten to Dio's best lyrics on this album yet either.
And I was
though,
going to
so.
ask, like, who wrote the lyrics for Blizzard of Oz?
Okay, well, so you just opened a big old can of fucking worms, Ronnie Dobbs, because there have been multiple versions of Blizzard of Oz based on multiple lawsuits. Um,
So
in
Ozzy
one
didn't write it.
corner,
That's what you're saying.
when you get down to Blizzard of Oz versus Blizzard of Oz, in one corner you have Sharon and Ozzy Osbourne, who say that of course Ozzy wrote all of these songs and Randy helped a little bit. And in the middle of the court, on an original album produced by Osbourne, Daisley, Kerslake, Rhodes, all compositions where Osbourne Daisley Rhodes except D, which was written by Rhodes, and no Bone Movies, which was Osborne, Kerslake, Daisley, and Rhodes. So the full band. Um, so yeah, that is kind of the question about Blizzard of Oz. Did Ozzy write it, or did Bob Daisley write it?
Okay, ignore my question. It doesn't matter who wrote the lyrics. The lyrics are 100 times better, these first two tracks on Blizzard of Oz versus Dio's lyrics.
Okay. Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Plus, it's fucking Crazy Train.
Hey, I get it. Yeah, it is. It's fucking Crazy Train. And Randy Rhoads, like, lets everybody know he's here to say something.
All right,
And,
Tim.
Yeah, sure.
You're up next. Lady Evil versus Goodbye to Romance. / we'll throw D in there too because it's the instrumental.
And I can respect that. And this one almost feels unfair. Because, okay, so I got both albums in my hand here. Track 3 is the weakest part of both sides. Pick an album, right? We're at the weakest part of side A.
Yeah, no, I definitely concur with that.
What side is Suicide on?
A.
Suicide and side A, but it's going to go up against the title track if we're including Goodbye to Romance and D.
Okay.
They're going up against Lady Evil.
I wouldn't say it's the weakest.
Well, I would for either one.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't.
And so I'm going to give the edge here to Lady Evil. Because
Really?
it actually kind of rocks. I love Goodbye to Romance, and I'll read my notes. Ozzy does a wonderful ballad. His vocals work. And obviously I love this song. But come on, man. Like, I get that Ozzy likes the Beatles. And I get that Lady Evil's, like, maybe a low point on Heaven and Hell. But at least it rips. Goodbye to Romance is a beautiful song, and I love it. But it's a ballad.
Yeah, I kind of love Goodbye to Romance.
I mean,
ballad or not, that's a fucking top song contender. It was fucking beautiful. Lyrically, I've been the king, I've been the clown, now broken wings can't hold me down. That's some good shit. Lady Evil. She's a magical, mystical woman. Like, what the fuck? That's not
She's a magical, mystical woman.
Evil on your mind?
Goodbye to Romance. Goodbye to Romance, top song contender. If we ever do Ozzy, that's top song contender.
See, and I'm here to say it's not even on like the good half of this album.
I like ballads. Like, if it's a good ballad, it's good.
So this one actually, I would agree with Jason for the reasons that Tim said, though. If that makes sense. Because again, I like the slower melody type thing of Goodbye to Romance. Lady Evil, yeah, it rips. Like, it's a great song. And it's not because it rips that I don't like it. It's because I like the ballad of Goodbye to Romance more. I wouldn't say it's a top song like Jason would have it, though. I mean, I would agree.
I mean, Ozzy's got better ballads.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I ain't going down that. I ain't saying it's his best ballad.
Let's say, I mean, this is, let's say, it's a low point on both albums. But, like, at the same time, you know, I give the edge to Goodbye to Romance. Again, just, you know, how it's arranged some, honestly, I feel like just gives a little bit more to it.
And real quickly, we'll throw in D. Yeah, it's a short little instrumental.
Which, isn't it funny how Ozzy is the first artist to rip off Black Sabbath by throwing in guitar interludes?
Well, yeah, but it's not some, like, shitty, weird instrumental keyboard bullshit that Tony does on some albums.
We're very much fluff, embryo, you know, the good stuff.
It's fine though.
Scarlet
It's fine. It's
Pimpernel.
not. It just kind of flows
But
into
who else was
suicide.
doing that other than Sabbath before D?
Well, he was Sabbath though when they were doing it.
Well, exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like that wasn't a thing until Ozzy repeated it.
Well, I mean, maybe he did. Better.
I think that's an interesting thing to point out. That it wasn't even a thing until they did it again.
All right, I'll go next. I guess Wishing Well versus Suicide.
Whoa. You're not skipping Heaven and Hell.
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad.
Heaven and
Hell.
versus Suicide.
Heaven and Hell versus Suicide. I was looking at the numbers. I forgot we're off.
I know,
by a
yeah.
number.
Because we adjusted it
Yep.
because it's 9
All
versus 8.
But we are closing out side A.
Yep.
All right.
This is side A
out
closers.
scene. Yep. Sing me a song. You're a
Oh my
singer.
God.
Do me
You're still caught
wrong.
on this.
You're a bringer of evil. Horrible
That's
fucking
right.
lyrics. I like
Nobody
the bass.
believed for the dancer.
I like the drums. I like the tempo change. It's fine. Like if you're just listening to the music, it's fine. It's a good Sabbath song. Then you got Ozzy. Wine is fine, but whiskey's quicker. Suicide is slow with liquor.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude. That's a jam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Solution's a jam.
Yep. Agreed. And I'm here to say that Heaven and Hell's a jam. The world is full of kings and queens who blind your eyes and steal your dreams. It's heaven and hell.
Just
They'll
like
tell you
Heaven
that
and
the moon
Hell.
is just the sun at night,
Yeah.
and the world is just black and white. Like, so at the end of side A, you've got certified banger versus certified banger. They should both be on your 1980 playlist. I could call this one a tie.
See, in this one, I'd give the nod back to Heaven and Hell again.
Okay.
If only because I feel like Iommi's guitar solo that gets cut out of radio play
Yeah.
is phenomenal. I would say that's maybe his best solo / bridge on Heaven and Hell.
Shout out to Suicide Solution for being the song that Ozzy got sued for the backwards masking. Started a whole craze in the 80s.
Man, I bet you make bank if you was like the Osbournes lawyers.
Sure.
I mean, that being said, though, Suicide
But who
Solution is
knows
still...
what you gotta like say to Sharon, you know?
Oh yeah, we could do that. That's perfectly fine and normal.
Sure, I'm happy to
What
stay
was you
after
saying about
hours.
what was you saying about Solution, Bill?
Suicide Solution is, I mean, it is another on that one. It's a phenomenal end to side A. Like when I was listening to that yesterday, I listened to the vinyl, put that on, and it's like, oh shit, I forgot this closed out side A. And I mean,
You gotta get this
Again.
one too, Bill.
listen, I know I'm happy that because actually I also got original pressing for Blizzard of Oz, so I went to the vinyl store the other day.
Same. And this original pressing, you know, and that is just an inherent point against Blizzard of Oz. There are so many versions out there. There's even the re-recorded lawsuit version, which is fine, but there's a lot of sketch behind Blizzard of Oz.
Well, I won't take that in consideration. I'm listening to the music. All right, Bill,
Well,
you're
that depends on what the music you're listening to, though, because that's changed the album so many times now, depending on what version you're listening to.
all right, Bill. You got opening side B with Wishing Well versus Mr. Crowley.
I mean, Wishing Well never stood a chance. Like,
All right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it doesn't. There is not a damn thing I could say or argue to go against fucking Mr. Crowley. I'm sorry. That is my favorite Ozzy song off of this album. That is a banger of a song. Probably when we get to doing Ozzy in my top four top songs, if not top three. Like that is a phenomenal song. I love just the guitar work is phenomenal. Love it
So
all the
fun
way through.
story for you. The day they lifted the pandemic ban where you couldn't go into public and watch and like, wear a mask and all that good stuff. Like
Yeah.
um the day that lifted, which was my birthday, a band called The Sword played. And after they did their rip and set, they came back out for an encore. They did Mr. Crowley. And it
How
was the
was it?
coolest thing. It was the coolest thing ever. It's like, holy shit, they even brought out a keyboard to do the intro. And it was
Oh,
like, yeah, they nailed it. And it was like, and I
yeah.
was there. It was a band field trip. So I was there with my band members. And as soon as that keyboard hit, and we all kind of went, "Oh shit, we know where this is going." We were like, "Yeah!" And a dude had stolen the set list off the stage because it was the encore, right? So someone had
Oh,
already
yeah.
ripped it off, but they had the lyrics on the back, so they couldn't like sing it until that dude brought it back. So it was like a
What?
fight. Yeah, it was
Golly.
nuts, man. It's great.
Oh,
My notes say wishing well hashtag not my Sabbath. Mr. Crowley, come on, it's a
That's my
fucking
Aussie.
Mr. Crowley.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's
and
a
I
fucking
want to say this
classic.
with Wishing Well. Wishing Well is still a great song through and through. It just since against Mr. Crowley, it never had a chance.
Right. I 100% agree.
All right. Well, Tim, Die Young versus No Bone Movies.
Okay. So I went back and watched our Heaven and Hell video today, and I didn't make it clear enough how much of a top song contender Die Young is. I love that song. So, having said that, I'll read you my notes for No Bone Movies. This is pretty cheesy, but does beat Motley Crue's first album by a year. So, I'll give it that. But this is one of my least favorite Ozzy songs ever. Long live Randy Rhoads. Everything he does is great. But No Bone Movies is the reason why I'm not picking Blizzard of Oz to win this battle royale. Whereas Die Young is one of my favorite Black Sabbath songs, regardless of who's singing.
Well, you just spoiled your end of the album there.
That's how bad No Bone Movies is. And that is literally what this came down to because I love both of these albums. But No Bone Movies is so bad that it can't make up a deficit with Crazy Train and I don't know. And we haven't even gotten to the end of this album yet, yeah, easily Heaven and Hell like takes this point, and this is the point that gives this competition to Heaven and Hell.
Bill, where you sitting with No Bone Movies?
I mean, I'm also in the Die Young version. I don't dislike No Ball movies as much as Tim. Um, I mean, I would probably say, yeah, it's my least favorite on Blizzard of Oz. I'm not as well versed enough in the discography. I mean, I know like No More Tears and Osmosis pretty well. But I mean, some of the other Ozzy albums, I can't say for sure least favorite. I mean,
I mean, I'm certainly more familiar than you are.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
No Fun Movies is easily one of Ozzy's worst songs.
Grant, I'm actually trying to think right now, and I can't think of a song off of No More Tears or Osmosis that's worse than No More Movies. maybe one will come to me.
And if
But
it
yeah, I
is, it's
know.
going to be
I
off
will say,
osmosis. But yeah,
this was the one. So when I would listen to this to Blizzard of Oz on CD, No Bone Movies was the one that I usually skipped.
and I
Even at
do kind of want to reiterate, like it's even more shout at the devil than Too Fast for Love, so it's 2 years ahead of its time. But
well,
this is like No Bone Movies is Motley Crue's entire career, and here it
yeah,
is before Motley Crue's even a thing.
yeah.
Which is better than Def Leppard, which Heaven and Hell inspired. Just
Well,
saying.
Yeah, it did, but Def Leppard did put out an
I mean,
album
at
in
least
'80.
Motley Crue had that like L.A. edge thing going. You know, it was more. It was a little harder.
Right.
Motley Crue was a little harder than like your
We'll get to them, and I'll still
Cinderellas and
swear by those
Poisons and
first
shit.
two Motley Crue albums. Those first two Motley Crue albums are worth your time.
Well, yeah,
After
I
that,
mean,
it
I
gets
would take
West.
Motley Crue over like a Def Leppard or a Rat.
Yep. Yep.
Or
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
100%. I'll take a bad Motley Crue over Rat.
so my 2 cents is I don't like either one of these. They both lose.
Oh, I do.
I don't
Okay.
know if I go back. I love both of these albums. Like,
I don't.
but No Bone Movies is clearly the weakest point out of either of these albums.
Saying Die Young, it's not.
It's
For
not.
me, Die Young's kind of a filler.
Die Young is probably better. Die Young's probably better. I give it to Die Young.
Your back's to the wall.
I mean, Jason, going into this, we said you were the loser.
Yeah, I lost on both of those. But I mean, if you remove Dio from Die Young, it's a good song. Musically, it's good.
I mean, if
See,
you
I like the lyrics. I think he sounds
Dio's
great.
like he's just doing
A little
stupid
bit, and there's
shit through
that
this song. But yeah, I mean, No Bone Movies is pretty dumb too.
But then they got such a ripping solo, it doesn't matter.
Well, somehow we're like off our numbers here. Oh no, wait,
we're
we got
not. No. We're supposed to be
yeah.
off by one. We're doing right.
No, well,
Yep.
I fixed that. I thought. All right, so now we're
No,
talking
you didn't.
Walk Away versus Revelation, Mother Earth.
Mother Earth.
So again, I went back and watched our Heaven and Hell review that's been out on the YouTubes for a couple of weeks now. And in our video, I mentioned that Walk Away is probably my low point of Heaven and Hell. And reading my notes for Revelation Mother Earth here, No Bone Movies, one of the worst Ozzy songs ever, followed by one of my favorite Ozzy songs of all time. The build-up on Revelation Mother Earth was amazing. It's ambitious. There are parts that remind me of Never Say Die in Jazz Sabbath. And in turn, that reminds me of parts of Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. And then Randy Rhoads walks into the room and says, "Hey, guess what? I'm taking this up another level. We're going to 12." Revelation Mother Earth is, yeah, it's a little cheesy in its production. You can make the big argument that Blizzard of Oz overall is much poppier in production than Heaven and Hell. And especially during the clean, quiet parts of Revelation Mother Earth, I think that's prevalent. But it doesn't matter. The song's a ripper. Might even be the highlight of the album. On an album that has Crazy Train, Suicide Solution, of Mr. Crowley. I think Revelation Mother Earth is highly underrated top song contender.
Yeah, I'll follow that up. Where are we at? Walk Away.
Weakest point of Heaven and Hell. Buried at the, on track 3.
It's Led Zeppelin. He's just ripping off Led Zeppelin. Revelation. It's a little slow.
Revelation.
The lyrics, though, are miles ahead of anything Dio has done on this entire Heaven and Hell record. I don't know who wrote the lyrics. I don't give a shit. The lyrics are really fucking good. The bells in the background are really cool.
Oh yeah, the chimes.
The chimes, like the Revelation is. That's when I was debating. I was like, should I buy this on vinyl?
Yes, yes, you should.
It's well worth it.
Have you not heard Crazy Train on vinyl?
Oh, Crazy Train on vinyl is
Like,
actually
No, I
great.
haven't.
Yeah, I've heard that on vinyl. Crazy Train is the epitome of that meme.
It is. It's one of those riffs. Like I saw a TikTok the other day where they were like, the 10 most iconic riffs, and like number 5 was like, yeah, that and it's like, yeah, okay,
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get into legacy here at the end, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Like, yeah, that may be number 5, but we all know Iron Man's number 1, right?
right.
Like, it doesn't get more.
I mean, it had them all. It had Teen Spirit. It had the White Stripes. It had Stairway to Heaven. It had the Eagles.
Sure. Satisfaction, Back in Black, sure.
Yeah.
Inagata Davida. Yeah.
Yep. They were all there. Well, Bill, what about you? Revelation versus Walk Away.
Oh, it's going to Revelation. Like that's not even kind of a. I mean, it's a closer contest than Mr. Crowley is for me, but it's not. It's still like Revelation. Like kind of blows away. They both got. I don't like as Revelation it's a solid song. I definitely like it musically, especially guitar part.
It holds
It's not
up.
my favorite Ozzy vocals, honestly, on this album even. But I mean, as much as that steps down from Mr. Crowley, like
to go, but we can argue this isn't even the best Randy Rhoads with Ozzy album.
We'll get there, Tim. We'll get to that Ozzy ranking.
We will. Diary of a Madman.
We're not comparing Ozzy to Ozzy.
Bark at the Moon.
We're not comparing Sabbath to Sabbath.
No, we're not. But I mean, it's calling apples to apples, right? It's all the family.
All right. So
well,
then
if you want to start bringing outside albums, we'll start talking about what Sabbath does before and after this one. We don't want to do that.
No. This is a V. Let's go.
I mean, we could always just throw in the Ramones onto this one, but anyways.
Yeah, what was the Ramones doing in 1980?
End of the century.
End of the century, yeah. You got rock and roll high school. You got
yeah.
All right, closing track, Tim. Tim, you got the closing tracks. Lonely is the Word versus Steal Away. In parentheses, the night.
The night.
So, okay, sure. So I love the way Revelation builds into Steal Away the Night. You could almost see this as a Heartbreaker / Live and Love and Made, Brain Stew Jaded kind of thing, where you can't play one without the other.
Yeah. I could see that.
It works really well. But beyond that, I think Steal Away the Night is not as good as Revelation Mother Earth. Although I do think that Steal Away is classic 80s Ozzy. It also works really well as an album closer. Especially on an album that's had like a number of bangers, even Goodbye to Romance. Like, we're not counting No Bone Movies, because that was just there. But beyond that, like, Goodbye to Romance is still, like, a really good song.
But then you compare it to Lonely is the Word.
But then you compare it to Lonely is the Word, which, like,
you're talking Steal Away, right?
Joining us in the live stream, you saw us already do the Heaven and Hell stuff. Like, was Breaking Into Heaven the best song since Lonely is the Word? easily the best Sabbath closer since then. Um, like neither of these songs are the best closer, but they work. I love them both, but I think I've given the point to "Lonely Is the Word." I think it's a more ambitious song, and for no matter what the album is, right? Whereas "Steal Away the Night" like kind of ties itself to the previous song. "Lonely Is the Word" is the definitive statement of, and then here we go.
Yep.
Again, love both albums, and 1980 is a fantastic year for metal. I definitely want to shout out Motorhead's Ace of Spades. I want to shout out the first Iron Maiden album. I want to shout out Diamond Head's Lightning to the Nations and Angel Witch's self-titled album.
We'll get to that grinder, Tim. We'll get to
and
that
then we're not
grinder.
even getting into the punk rock stuff of Walk Among Us and Fresh Fruit for Rotting Vegetables. Like we haven't even touched that service. Like,
this is just 2
80
albums.
is such a good year to start off the decade.
Just 2
And
albums.
And they're both strong. I don't want to say like, one is better than the other because one is bad. I think
I'll say for my closers, it's a tie. I like both of these equally. Like they're both great closers. I don't know about Ozzy's discography, and I know "Lonely" isn't the best closer in Sabbath's discography, but for these 2 albums together, I like both these songs the same. Like they're both fucking great fucking songs.
Okay. Yeah.
See, I would give the edge to "Lonely Is the Word," but "Steal Away" is still a solid closer for Ozzy.
I like them both.
Again, I felt like "Lonely Is the Word" just had some more going on musically with it, which is why I give the nod to it. Whereas "Blizzard of Oz" seemed "Steal Away" seemed kind of bare bones at times.
So how are y'all sitting overall? Who is the winner?
Oh, Heaven and Hell.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious.
Let's see. Mine, I gave Neon Nights the win for me. I did put Children of the Sea over Crazy Train. Goodbye to Romance went that way for Lady Evil. Heaven and Hell over Suicide. Mr. Crowley went that way.
So y'all both go Heaven and Hell.
Die Young.
Yeah.
Revelation. Lonely. Yeah, 5-3. I went Heaven and Hell.
And again, I asked earlier who had more to prove. And I guess now that we've gone through the track listings, I think the real question becomes, did anybody disappoint here?
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Damn, look at that. You're going to say Dio was a disappointment.
Yes, this album is trash, dude. It does not sound like fucking Black Sabbath. Can they write a fucking Black Sabbath record with Dio singing and it sounds like Black Sabbath? Yes.
Go back and listen to Neon Nights and tell me
I have. It's fucking horrible, dude. It sounds like it's trash 80s bullshit. Fuck Heaven and Hell.
It was recorded
Blizzard
in
of Oz,
79.
Crazy Train, all the fucking way.
I will take anything over Heaven and Hell over any Round and Rounds and Pour Some Sugars on Me's and anything Cinderella put out or Poison.
Sure, they did it first,
Tesla,
but they did it. That's the point.
They did it first and they did it better.
Yeah, they did it first and they did it.
Great White albums touching this. Like, there's no.
They did it. It's cheesy bullshit. The color code will tell all.
Well, do we want to throw in the album art comparison here?
God damn it. I'm putting physical graffiti number 1 when we redo Led Zeppelin. God damn it. Sorry, Bill. What?
I was just saying we want to do an album art comparison between the two while we're here because fuck it, why not?
I gotta give it to Heaven and Hell for the album art. I mean, Ozzy's
Those angels just having a good time. They chilling. They're relaxing.
I mean, yeah, they're playing cards, smoking. Like that's cool. Ozzy's just like in
Tripping
an
major ball
attic
sack.
somewhere. Yeah, he doesn't even remember taking that photo. This has been our Is It Art?
For album wars.
We didn't wrap this video up, and Tim just left.
No.
Album Wars, I think I upset him. Wait
So,
till
what would
the
you-
color code is
So,
cool.
so you're giving Ozzy the nod then, Jason?
I'm giving Ozzy the I for the songs that I didn't know, no pun intended, going into it, I was impressed.
Oh no!
Like Goodbye Romance. Goodbye Romance blows anything on Heaven and Hell away. Period.
Shit.
Crazy Train blows anything away on Heaven and Hell.
Wrong.
Mr. Crowley blows anything away on Heaven and Hell.
I'd almost give that one to you. Almost.
Steal
Yeah.
Away blows away like half of Heaven and Hell.
No. No.
Yep.
The B half, yeah, the B side maybe, but
This is how these album
Die
wars are gonna
Young?
go. This is how I'm gonna be the outsider because I got
No.
Tim and then I got
'cause we
Tiny
got
Tim.
Dookie versus Smash coming next.
Right,
You
and
guys have
you're gonna
no idea what I'm picking there.
you're gonna go fucking Smash. I know.
No,
I know.
he walked out of the Smash show.
Well, it don't matter. You saw his. You go back and watch our Dookie review. He's gonna go see the
And
fucking
if that's the better of the two,
Operation TT.
Man, I'm sorry.
well, I don't know about
formed
that
an
operation,
opinion.
sir.
I gotta find a fourth fucking host to come on this show
Be a
who
little
actually
TJ.
likes punk rock.
What?
I mean, I think I would put End of the Century over either of these albums. Let the record show that.
There you go. See, Tiny Tim
I
coming
would
coming
put
through,
End of the
bright and
Century
shiny.
over one of these albums.
Can I end this fucking Album Wars video, y'all? I gotta cut
No.
all that
No.
shit out.
No.
Never.
All that's got to get cut out. Now I gotta watch
we're
this
doing it
fucking
live.
video.
What does that mean? They'll play us out.
All right. Well, it seems like Heaven and Hell has won the album wars between these two records. That's stupid, but whatever. Be sure to stick around. Check out our Black Sabbath playlist where we go through all these records.
And give us some ideas down below or some album wars. Because we know they're out there.
Yeah, we need some more. We got Green Day's Dookie versus Smash, two 1994, same genres. We need some more like ideals.
We need
like
some more
that.
good wars.
Yeah, we need some more good album wars. Yeah, give us a like, give us a subscribe, be safe, and make good decisions.
This ain't no honking
Oh,
on Bobo.
Jesus. Damn it! I wish you would have said that like 2 seconds before that.
It doesn't matter. We're still live, right?
We still got it.
Well, yeah, we're live, but like that's not going to be in the actual video when I have to edit this fucking long ass video.
Why not? All you got to do is move the marker another
you
2
see,
seconds.
any good editors out there watching this stream? I need a fucking editor.
Hey, yeah, I heard earlier Trey's submitting Excel sheets. Hit us up with a list of all the random ass bands we just mentioned, and then let us know how many albums they have.
Herpalerp, you still watching this shit? Hit us up in chat.
Yeah, where's Harp Alert at? Heaven and Hell or Blizzard of Oz? I mean, I don't think there's a real wrong answer, but the older I get, the more I like Heaven
Yeah, I
and
think
Hell.
he's a Heaven and Hell guy.
He was having hell. Trey was Blizzard though.
Trey knows what's up.
I mean, I can dig it. I can dig it.
Herp said, "What's up?" Heaven
What's
and
up?
Hell versus Blizzard of Oz. Where you sitting, Herp? I'm pretty sure he's Heaven and Hell though.
He's gonna come back and be like, "Bored again, motherfuckers."
Mob Rules #1.
You're right? No, no, he's not a Mob Rules guy. He's a fucking
Heaven and
old
Hell
school
easy,
underground.
yeah.
He's old school underground.
Heaven and Hell easy is what he said.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
I
just
wouldn't
saying.
say for me it's not
Movies is
easy
just
Heaven
a
and Hell,
terrible
but
song.
like
Even when I was a kid,
Yeah, it
and
sounded pretty
heard-
easy, Bill. Sounded pretty easy for y'all. Sounded
no,
pretty easy.
that
Like I was
if
in
that
high
sounded
school
easy to
the first
you,
time I heard Blizzard of Oz, and even then, No Bone Movies
I'm
was
just
like,
saying,
this
you
is
fucking
fucking ridiculous.
play the opening riff of Neon Nights, and then play the opening riff of Crazy Train. Come on.
they're not the same. No,
Come
you just did track 1 and
on.
track 2.
Hey,
That's
don't
not
no.
what
We're
we
talking
did.
overall. Overall now, y'all have been mixing tracks. Y'all been
No, we
mixing
weren't.
tracks. Yes, you did.
When?
When
If
Tim
it's no
said
track,
No Bone
we didn't
Movies
talk a
is the
single
worst shit,
thing about
everything on
fucking
Heaven and Hell is
Oz.
better than No Bones. The
Shot
door
the
is
door.
open.
Oh my god!
I'm just
That's
saying.
not what
You saying every song on Heaven and Hell is better than Crazy Train.
No,
You saying Neon Nights is better than Crazy Train.
I'm gonna say Neon Nights is equal to Crazy Train.
Oh Jesus, come on, y'all are fucking.
I'm gonna say
I-
Neon
You
Nights
know what?
is
I
one
don't
of
give
the
a shit about either
underrated
one of
Black
these
Sabbath
records.
classics.
Color Code will tell all.
Color,
what do you give for the color code? No, wait, no, don't say the color code. We
I already
gotta do-
I mean,
told
if you
you.
guys are paying attention, you already know how my color code's going. So
Oh yes, I know exactly how your color code's
you know
going.
where my line is. Yeah.
Yep. You know where my line's at. Oh no, you don't know where my line's at, because I got all 5 colors spread. It's gonna be a rainbow of color.
Oh
on mine.
shit!
Like a rainbow in the dark.
Yep, it'll be a fucking rainbow in the dark.
Holy diamond!
Shout out Vivian Campbell of Def Leppard. Got his start in Dio's solo band.
Bill, find the name of that new Rise Against song.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah, we gotta do that.
I don't even know if we should do it. I'm tired of editing shit. I edited so much fucking shit this past week.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And I heard the first Rise Against song, and it sucked.
It's not Nod. Oh,
Like, if we release this
prize,
video,
prize fighter.
Yeah, what
Let's do it.
benefit?
Let's do it.
What benefit
I haven't
is it?
heard it.
What benefit is it to us to release a video where we're gonna watch a 2025 Rise Against song?
Well, and there's the benefit. It's 2025, so regardless of what we think of it, other people are searching for it because it is current.
Yep, and they want to see it. Then they're gonna see what other people think of it because
Right.
they want to
so
match
we'll
other
get,
people's
People have
opinions
minds
to
of
be part
their
of
own.
society.
We're
Okay.
telling
Yeah.
people how to think.
so I go back
We
to
are
my
the media.
I go back to my original question. What benefit
Bill
is that?
gets it.
Because what's going to happen is we're going to watch this video. We're going to talk major shit about it.
No, no.
It could be great. It could be great.
You
Rise
know it's
Against
not.
is-
It's Rise Against 2025. Like, we know what we're getting
It
into.
could be something back to Endgame. I mean, like,
Okay.
old fans hate Endgame, and I love Endgame.
It's not back to Endgame. I haven't heard it, but I've heard the first single, and I'm telling you, it's wolves all over again.
So then, does that make Rise Against one of those bands where the only reason that you're sticking around is nostalgia, i.e., a Motley Crue, or
Or Def
Are they
Leppard.
actually putting out quality music, i.e., Devil You Know? But we've been doing this shit for 40 years.
Come on, man. It's 2009, man. Black Sabbath ain't put out shit since.
Well, they'd have 13, and
Okay,
that,
well,
and,
what
and
year was
09
that?
was their 40th anniversary.
Well, yeah, but
Or,
I mean,
fine.
yeah,
Better example, are they a Deep Purple?
Yeah, what was that? 2024? They put out a top
Yeah.
10 album of the year.
Yeah, that was
They're,
Equals
they're
One, right?
definitely
Yeah.
a Deep Purple at this point. Definitely.
Rise
They're put-
Against? You think Rise Against is a Deep Purple at this point?
They're putting out shit that
They
their
Molly Crew
fans.
Def Leppard, where you're still just holding on to those couple good albums.
It's more of a Motley Crue, Jason. I hate to say that one, but like as much as I love Rise Against,
No,
like,
no, I'm not talking about for me. They're
Right,
still
and they put out some great stuff.
Deep
I love
Purple.
Shout at
Okay,
the Devil
okay.
and
Deep
Just
Purple.
Pass the Love
Let's
and
go back.
I'm
Let's go
Tried
back to
just as much as
2024.
everybody
Let's
else.
go back to 2024. Deep Purple put out a record, right? Who bought that album? Who bought it?
People with money.
No. Fans still holding on to Deep Purple after all these years. It's the same
Sure,
fucking
but
thing.
music.
Should have bought that album because it.
We're not
fucking
talking about the quality of the music.
well, so what are we talking about then?
I don't fucking
Is that
know.
not what we talking about? Is quality of the music?
So who's got the Rise Against? Let's line that up. Let's get that episode going.
I'm
Let's hear it.
I'm not defending this song by any means. I'm saying
Fuck it, I'll defend it.
Rise
Let's go.
Against
It's got
Rise
75,000
Against
views.
Rise Against still has fans. Okay.
Sure.
That are
So does Deep
different.
Purple.
Look, I still hold Rise Against in high regard for the first 5 records. After that, I've been off the Rise Against train. So I'm not a. I don't
That
fit. I
sounds
don't
like a
fit your.
Metallica fan right there.
No, Metallica fans buy every goddamn. They buy fucking Lulu. They buy all that stupid
No.
shit.
No, only the idiots do, like me. But some people quit after 5 albums.
Okay, so what are we talking about? Fans are fans.
No, we're
Either
talking
you-
about Prize Fighter. Greetings and welcome to Old Drunken
No, you're not
Discography.
fucking
We're old
going. No,
defensive
you're not
fans
rolling with it
together,
because
BS, argue, occasionally agree. and
waste your
discuss
time.
musical Artists.
All this is going to be cut out. Do you see the screen? We're still on Ozzy and Black
That's
Sabbath here.
Jason. He's the negative Nancy, and that's Bill. He's a
Lordy,
positive
lordy.
Polly. And
Yeah,
I'm Tim.
yeah.
I'm just
We're not
going
going to do Record Store Day, I guess. We're just going to skip past that. Fuck Record Store Day. Rise Against.
Prize Fighter.
Well, I got some Record Store Day notes, but we can do
Well,
Rise
no,
Against.
no. Y'all want to do Rise Against for some stupid reason.
Oh, there was a specific order here that we were following.
Like I said, where the beer takes us. Where it takes
That's
us.
right. I got my notes for Record Store Day. I got 3 pages. of
Oh, yeah, he
notes.
writes notes for that dumb shit. You can write no notes for fucking Nickelback's records.
Oh, I got those notes. I got those notes right here. Yeah, I wrote notes for Nickelback.
You wrote a goddamn
It's
novel
not
for
my
that
fault
shit.
that every song sounded the same.
You wrote a fucking novel for that shit. A whole, like, story.
Not my fault they all sounded like bullshit.
Man, he got a whole house renovated during Nickelback.
I'm 6
Right,
feet
right.
in a
My back
vision
porch has
of
never
pain.
looked so good.
All right. We get copyrighted on these motherfuckers every time. How long is this video?
Oh, wait, are we getting copyrighted on these?
Every like
Yes.
42 seconds, I think.
We're not getting copyright struck. We're just getting copyrighted like, hey, YouTube the content creator allows this to be on YouTube is all it says. So
Pause it every 42 seconds.
um
And by 42, I mean
we do need to
35.
pause more. We did really well for the first video, Propaganda. We did good on Propaganda. Ghost, we didn't do well. We kind of like let it play a little too long. So maybe hold up, or just start talking if you got something to say, and then I'll
Sure.
pause.
And we'll,
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
should I raise my hand in Discord? Or in Zoom, I mean?
Do we need to announce when this is coming out? Any like relevant details we need to know?
I have no idea actually.
How long has this been out?
They just
Couple
keep.
days.
Well, yeah, it's
This
been
was-
out.
4 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. They haven't said like anything about like they haven't announced an album. They've just put out 2 singles.
Well,
the same,
guess
like-
what that means. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's coming. It's coming. All right.
Let's do it.
Greetings and welcome to Old Drunken Discography, where old friends, fans come together, BS, argue, occasionally agree, and discuss a musical artist. I'm your host, Jason. With me is Bill.
Howdy.
And Tim. And today we're doing a first reaction to Rise Against Prize Fighter. This is a new song that just came out evidently 4 days ago. We've covered this band on our show. Go back and watch. We are a playlist link channel. If you source by playlist, you'll see Rise Against. You can watch all of our videos in a row. Brief / history with the band. I've been a fan since day one, since, ever changing. First album, Fat Wreck Days. But I've kind of fallen off the train here. Here recently, Rise Against has kind of been a little. They're not the hashtag not my Rise Against. So I'm interested. Tim was brand new to the discography, but he's heard all the records up to this point.
But I've known about them since they played Black Flag in Lords of Dogtown.
Yep. And Bill, I can't remember when you got into them. Suffer, Endgame.
I Suffer when I was in college, cruising around YouTube, just, found some of their stuff, listened to it, and then dove a little deeper. And then when we did the discography, I got to hear the early and later Rise Against then.
And you didn't like the earlier, which... Oh.
No.
Which I want to say I did.
Yeah, The Unraveling is a masterpiece.
I was not a fan of RPM.
Nope.
One of the downsides to our YouTube channel is I don't necessarily get a chance to revisit things as much as I would. So I don't know if I remember how I feel about this band.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but I'm anxious to hear new stuff.
Yeah, we are always trudging forward here. I'm curious.
Yep.
They got a new album coming out. It's been a minute since Wolves. Well, let's check out I didn't like the first single they put out. I can't remember what it's called, but I heard it and I was like,
Nod.
Nod kind of sucked.
Let's see. Well, let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's see what Prize Fighter is all about. Pause. You guys aren't going to be able to hear it.
And yet we are, because we're live, motherfuckers.
Can you hear the music?
Nope.
What about now?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think so. All right. Welcome to our live show where we have to figure out how did we do this last time.
We're old friends.
You have to share. While you do share screen, you also
technology.
share audio.
Yeah, share screen.
Share audio.
Oh, how do I do that? All right, here we go. Share screen.
Should be under the same screen, right?
Share. Okay. Yep. Blow that back up. Zoom bar. Fuck off.
I can hear it.
Yep, hear it.
Okay.
And they're on what? Loma Vista? Okay.
Yeah, I guess. Oh.
Okay. Ghost is on that label.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Zoom bar. Fuck off, dude. Wait. No.
It's an interesting guitar start.
Go away. All right. Unpause.
Let us know, Jason, when you're ready to rip this new Rise Against.
When I said unpause, that meant I was ready.
Oh, well,
he's ready to rip.
Go.
Let's try this again. I'm gonna say unpause, and then I'm gonna start playing it because that's where the edit was. Ready?
No.
Unpause.
I mean, those snare hits are pretty on point.
Yeah, the snare's good. I don't like the production.
It's a little weird, isn't it?
Yes, it's top production wise.
I'm gonna forgive that in this live stream just because I know I'm not hearing the best quality audio at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing it, but like, Tim's like, it doesn't sound like they're in the same room. It's very like separated. It's weird.
I would definitely need to hear it on my personal like home studio instead of a live stream here from somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, like, so far, like, I want to say,
It sounds like Rise Against. I'll give it that.
Sounds like Rise Against mixed with, like, I want to say David Bowie, but, like, sort of like that, like,
It's got that
different
vibe to it,
vocals.
though. Yeah. Yeah, they're
Which
going somewhere with this.
I can get behind, actually.
It is a little different.
I'm not disliking it. I'm just not
And
like,
I don't necessarily want to call it mature, but it feels like again, we're what, like 20 seconds into it, but it already feels like an evolutionary step beyond what they were doing.
I mean, I feel like knowing Rise Against, we're about to get a major, like, not a beat drop, but like feel like we're about to get like a shift.
Happen.
Yeah.
Something's gonna happen, yeah.
Okay, well,
I hope so. If not, God, oh boy.
Something better happen.
Otherwise, it's gonna work really good as an intro to an album.
Yeah, but we're a minute into the song.
Goes.
We're a minute into a 3-minute song, so we'll see.
Yeah.
That was when they needed to hit it.
They kind of missed it there.
They could hit here though. Or they could hit it after this. We could launch.
I don't think so. I think we stalled out.
We got some woes though.
We got some whoa-ohs. We're at the bridge now, though.
So yeah, now this is the.
It's solo.
Which is just a melodic motif.
Yeah. Carrying the melody. It kind of reminds me of Rise Against Black Market.
Let's say this isn't Wolves. This is more Black Market.
Yeah, this is kind of Black Market. Rise Against.
Which, I mean, I wasn't a fan of either, but like, okay.
Black Market's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
But when you're gonna like listen to a band called Rise Against, you don't really want that.
No. See,
it never really takes off.
There was so many points where it's like, okay, you could feel it like storing energy, and then it never did the explode.
Yeah, it never discharged.
Yeah, it almost feels like it was written for the studio.
This is like, weird...
okay, what do we need to... I'm looking forward to the album. Like, there's nothing bad about this, but as a song, it does kind of feel incomplete.
Mhm.
Both songs, Nod and this one, sound income like they have like a record contract type. We got to put something out type
Let's say they sound
feel.
rushed isn't the word, but like it sounds like they were just like, shoot, we gotta get
Not
something. Okay,
rushed,
we'll
but
just get
forced.
this. Yeah,
I
like
mean,
the
this band was
One of the albums
pivotal.
I'm looking forward to in the year of our Lord 2025 is the new Anthrax album, which has been being teased since 2019, before the pandemic. And the last bit of news I heard about that album is they've already scrapped a couple songs because they've written better songs. And yeah, sometimes, as an artist, you really need to sit with what you've done and let it sit a year or two even
to let them
before
marinate.
you release it onto the world.
I mean,
Um,
it's been a while since Rise Against put something out. Wolves is pretty,
yeah,
or no, not
I,
Wolves. Nowhere.
Nowhere Generation was 21,
Yeah, I mean, it's
right?
been 4 years. But like,
which in today's musical climate is pretty much right on point.
I mean, it's 4 years with the pandemic in there too, though.
Yeah, that's
this
pretty on
band
point.
put out Revolutions Per Minute in 2003, which like just as a band named Rise Against.
Mhm.
I mean, they're very
Over
political.
20 years
They're
ago.
very political. Like they were like on the cusp. Like they had their fingers in that
Well, and even in
shit.
2025, being a political band, what does that even mean anymore?
Well,
Because
that's my
politics
point.
are
Where's
so
that out?
out of the box at this point that
But that,
like,
come on, no, Rise Against could have done better. Like
no, I get it.
they
I mean,
could have
there's
been.
always clearly a right and a wrong, and Rise Against have always, well, I won't say always, but have majorly been on the right side of things, whereas modern politics have been on the wrong side of things. Um,
But they're not like
The, 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 the- that
the anger's
this was a
gone. There's no
very
anger in this. There's
this
no.
this was a
yeah, yeah.
very
There's no passion,
this is a
not even
safe
anger, but passion.
Studio 4 song is what it was. That's
Yeah,
what
it
the word
sounds
safe.
like it a
Yeah,
little bit. Yeah,
I'd agree. Yeah, this is very safe and studio like record
yeah,
label safe
yeah.
song.
Yeah. Like it there's nothing bad here, but there's nothing that's screaming, yes, add this to my playlist, or yes, I want to listen to this one again, or
But even
anything
that
like
in
that.
its definition is kind of the definition of an upcoming single, right? Like you give them
Yeah.
the most medium thing possible to
This is the
bring
second
everybody
track,
in.
though. This is the second
But see, this
track.
was this. I mean, I'll take this over Nod.
Yeah, it's better than Nod, but Endgame was the last time I've heard Tim actually be pissed.
I'm trying to think.
Go on, try.
What was the second Offspring single that they released last year? First one
Well,
was Make It All Right. Was the second one Welcome to Brazil?
yeah, going to Brazil, yeah.
Go,
Going
yeah,
to Brazil, yeah.
Because that's the ripper on the album, and they know to give the people what they want.
yeah. That's a good song.
So was this actually the Ripper on the album? This wasn't a Ripper.
Makes you wonder, right? That's always the
Yeah.
question with singles before the album's out. Are they giving us the best, or are they just teasing us?
No, if this isn't the opening track, it's not. Rise Against all their first track is always their best.
The
I
thing is,
get
this
no
one's
matter
set up
how
as an
bad this
opening,
record is, good or bad, the opening track will be good.
which is weird because this sounds like an opening track.
Nah,
Like
this doesn't
everything,
sound like an opening track.
if it
No.
wasn't Rise Against, if this was some other new band, this track, like song and thematically, makes sense as an opener. I feel like.
Stick around either way, because we're going to review the album when it comes out,
Oh yeah.
and we're going to let you know what we think. It doesn't sound like this is anything that's got anybody excited. But we'll definitely review this as we've covered this band. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I always question if I'm just odd because I play music in a minute band, so I'm a little distorted anyway from the general listening public. But I always expect more out of bands. And this definitely feels like, again, I do want to listen to it on a proper stereo system, get the proper dynamics and all that. But based on what I've heard and the songwriting structure and how they're going about it, like this really feels lacking.
Yeah. It's better than Wolves. I'll give them that.
Oh yeah, this is better than just about anything on Wolves I can think of. It's better than Nowhere Generation.
Okay.
There's some better shit on Nowhere Generation.
Uh, I'm trying to remember, but I remember not liking Nowhere Generation at all. So
It's
it's
generic.
it's a very black market album, is what it is. Their songs.
This song's very black market. Very black market. All right, well, that has been our reaction to The Prize Fighter by Rise Against. Check out our Rise Against album rankings. That was fun.
Yeah.
Early in season 3.
Yes. No, that might have been late season 2.
No, I think it was season 3.
I was a guest for that
You were still a
technically.
guest, yes. You didn't show up till season 4.
Oh shit, my bad.
We
I
just
don't know
make
what
up these
season.
season every year.
What season
Yeah,
are
I
we in?
don't. We're,
Is this still season 4?
this season 5.
5 or 6, yeah.
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Who's
All
keeping
right.
track?
Give us a like, give us a subscribe. As always, be safe and
And let us know if you know how to edit this bullshit, because we need some help.
we do need some help. Be safe and make good
But
decisions.
well, yeah, definitely be safe and make good decisions. But even though we need help, we're still kicking ass, right? Be
Yes,
safe and make great decisions.
we are kicking ass, right, Bill?
Like Tim said, be safe and make good decisions.
I said it first, by the way.
And I said it
Because
last.
you're our daddy, and we know that.
I have no idea where the fuck I'm cutting that one.
And those are my favorite ones, where you just have multiple options.
That's
Hey,
I gotta let that play out all the way to I don't know where I'm gonna fucking cut that one. Cut.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's still watching this shit. Is anybody still watching this shit? Herp alert,
well,
you
we got
still
4
watching?
people in there.
Yeah, but 2 of them are you and me.
Yeah, so that means 2 people aren't you and me.
Oh, who are the 2 people still watching? Hit us up in chat.
Right? Right?
What'd you think of that new Rise Against song?
Well,
And all
they're
we
here
have
for
left is Record Store Day 2025.
Oh,
Gosh, I didn't actually see what was actually coming out. I was gonna wait and see. So I briefly
Yeah.
looked.
Yeah, I went through the list. I got 3 pages worth of stuff that I found interesting.
We're here for web.
We're kind of like on a break though right now. Bill, you want to entertain the people?
Oh yeah, I'll always entertain the people.
Why
I'm
don't you
just
entertain the people and we'll all like go grab drinks and maybe step
oh, yeah.
outside and all that good stuff.
Let's see here. Oh, there's some good stuff actually going. I might get here for Record Store Day.
Right.
Oh, this is oh, a new turntable. Ooh, nice. What was it? Is it like a tabletop turntable or I guess what style of turntable?
who the fuck are you talking to?
Herpes.
Oh shit! I forgot we're still streaming. I'm still
Oh my
around working
God.
on setting up a new turntable. Okay. Yeah. Who else is watching though? I think there's a mystery watcher. Sam, is that you?
Hey, if Sam was watching, he would tell you.
That's true. Who else is watching? No, it's just
Someone-
3 now. It's just 3. It's just me, you, and her.
Oh,
Oh man, my video's gonna take
That's
forever to
some.
download this.
That's something I gotta Google.
Oh, the Technics. Yeah, that's a good brand. I got this fancy,
Ooh, nice.
cheap ass like vertical record player.
I got a
Total hipster
Thin-
shit right there. Got Sonic Youth on it. You can't get more hipster than that.
so my intro table is just the one that girlfriend, now fiance, got me
I
for
can't
Christmas.
wait. I can't fucking
For
wait
live
to do
fans,
Sonic Youth.
if you know, you know. We're out of Nirvana practice right now.
I don't know. Herp Alert, you like Nirvana? That's a good question.
He's probably on the good side and like is like, yeah, but Incesticide's the best shit.
You remember when Bill? I just remembered this. Bill doesn't like Nirvana's Bleach. It was a drunken flashback. I remember like we were talking about like the 80s and the grinder and blah blah blah. I was like 89's got fucking Nirvana's Bleach, and Bill was like, I don't like that record.
Okay. See, we got to redo Nirvana.
Oh, we're definitely redoing Nirvana in the new format. Yeah, Herp fucking likes Nirvana.
So live, we got a couple people still watching. Shout out to you guys. Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's just Herp. But Herp's like
Okay.
old school fan, man. He's been like with us for a long time.
Yeah, Herb's a big fan. Well, if it's just Herb, I'm gonna step outside real quick. So,
Herp,
You guys
are you okay if
you guys
Tim
entertain the
partakes
kids.
in extracurricular activities?
Yeah, you guys entertain the kids.
Where the fuck did Bill go? Well, damn it, Herp. It's just me and you. Oh, there's Bill. Wild Bill appears. What up, Bill?
What up?
What was I going to tell you? I can't remember if I can. Oh, I can't wait till you do Sonic Youth. You're going to fucking hate it.
Wow. Okay.
You're going to fucking hate it.
Thanks.
16 albums. Notable. You've got to do. I pinged Tim today. I was like, are you a fan of Youth Brigade? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, I'm going to put this as an honorable mention. Because Sonic Youth took a Youth Brigade song that was literally 2 seconds long. It's called The No Song, Part 2. And the original song is like just like 2 seconds, and he just says, no. That's the whole song. Sonic Youth took that song and made a 9-minute EP out of it. And it's fucking genius. But you're gonna hate it. You're gonna fucking hate it. I can't wait to do Sonic Youth.
Oh shit. I won't say too much before we get to Records Day. I didn't realize that was an album coming out.
Not
Well, not
looking
coming out,
forward to
but-
fucking Pink Floyd though.
Oh, come on.
Oh, 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 oh. That's all of fucking Pink Floyd. Wish you were here. I've got the list. I guess I can bring it up if we're actually gonna fucking do that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is gonna suck editing. I got it brought up on a web page. Not that. Not that. That's the wheel for the grinder. It's gonna be Ozzy versus
Yeah, another
Weird
great one.
Al.
I'm good. I'm good. Let's go. We're ripping.
Spin it. What's gonna happen? Oh, that's so anticlimactic. Spin again. I got Bill like doing the face like fuck.
What are we spinning against here?
Hold
Ozzy
up.
or
Let's
I
let's
cannot wait for this meat grinder, by the way.
let's
I'm
do
so
let's do
excited
the
for
fucking wheel here.
it. Okay.
Blizzard versus
Heaven and hell.
Heaven and Hell.
See what happens.
Let's see what happens here. The fact that we are fucking so sidetracked and so drunk, and yet
this is what
the fact that we like managed to put out as many videos as we do is crazy to me. Sorry. Let's spin it. Let's see what happens. Son of a bitch. I might need to lower the spin again. Fucking.
I mean, they're both great
no.
albums.
I've been
They're
playing with
both
this
great
all week,
albums.
and it never lands on spin again until tonight. That's fucked up. Well, let's spin again.
Sing us a song, you're singing.
I. All right. Let's get to fucking record store day.
Yes, let's. Because that's the Saturday, guys.
Let's see if I can block
I
my
know
desktop.
financially I certainly can't do what I want to do. But I'm going to try to go grab one or two things.
We'll get into that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And I don't know if anybody else noticed, but I brought back my Record Store Day pint glass tonight from
There you
season
go.
4.
There you
This
go.
was Record Store Day 2014.
10, 11 years ago.
I've been a Record Store Day fan for a while. I even got the pint glass.
Well, we'll get into that. All right. Greetings and welcome to Old Drunken Discography, where all friends, fans come together, BS, argue, occasionally agree, and discuss a musical artist. I'm your host, Jason. With me is Tim.
Oh, yeah.
And Bill.
Oh, I'm here for it.
And this is just a crazy offshoot record store day. If you've been following our channel for a while, you know we all collect vinyl. We all buy records.
Mm-hmm.
So it's record
And this
store
is
day.
the event. This is the event.
I mean, me personally, I've never been that big into record store day. I think it's, especially now, it's kind of turned into a sham as to what it was years ago, where it came out, where support your local record stores. Yeah, that's great. But like now it's more commercial, and vinyl's kind of trendy, I guess.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I certainly understand and to a degree agree with that argument. It has become, it is the saving grace for the record store day, and so the industry in itself has understand the importance of it. And this is the reason a lot of the albums you like are waiting for get delayed, because they have to print these, and there are only so many there are only so many record pressing plants left, you know. But that being said, I mean, I got 3 pages worth of interesting stuff here. They always put out interesting stuff.
Sure. Yeah, they do. I mean, there's always things you're like that Tori Amos, diving deeper
That's
live.
the first one on my list. Yeah.
I kind of want to see
Um,
what's on that.
2,500 copies, colored vinyl. So Tori put out a live album this year. Uh, go back and watch our Tori Amos episodes. We love Tori Amos at this channel, and we didn't cover the live album because it's a live album that's a notable release. But even here, there's an even deeper notable release where you got some bonus tracks from whatever the live album was. These didn't even make that. So these are the deep tracks. Yeah, if you're into it, check it out.
Yeah, I mean, just looking through
The
this
vinyl's going to
list.
be custard.
What, Tori Amos?
Yeah.
Hmm. I know Black Sabbath was that the
Oh, yeah, they got the Eternal Idol.
Eternal
Yeah, the
Idol.
Eternal Idol.
That's
6,000
what.
of those are being made. 140-gram red vinyl. I have heard from a good authority that will come out later on just regular black vinyl. So it's not a necessity on Black Friday. But
Now,
if you
see,
can get the
that's
red
okay.
vinyl,
I'm okay with that because, like, to me, it's the FOMO of record store day that I don't like. Like, why can't you
sure,
put
but at the
this?
same time, like hanging out in line before the store opens is fun. You talk to the people next to you in line. You find out what
Yeah,
they're there for. Yeah, like I am here for Record Store Day as an event, regardless of what they put out every year. Some years I go, some years I don't. It's always financially based for me.
yeah.
Um, because yeah, especially now in 2025 with the price of everything going through the roof, I can only imagine what the MSRP on these are gonna be. But
The
But
only one
yeah,
I'm
if you're
interested
going, get
in,
that Tori Amos. Yeah, that's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
I mean, you got the Dwarves, Sunshine, Lollipops,
And
and
Lollipops and
Rainbows.
Rainbows.
Yep, which was all outtakes that didn't make the Blood, Guts, and Pussy album. We have not done the Dwarves yet on this channel.
Oh, but
I
we
know
will.
we will.
Oh, we will.
Um, yeah, that's definitely one to grab.
So that one's a picture disc, isn't it?
And it's a picture disc, 2,200 of them.
Yes, Bill. That is a plus. Um, this Guttermouth Gorgeous, I won on vinyl. I thought I had it on vinyl, but evidently I don't when we got through 99. That's a must have. Hopefully they repress it or put it out like just normally where I can just order it and have it sent to my house. Because I don't like people. I don't like going out in public and I don't like standing in lines with people. Like that part of record store day does not interest me at all. I mean, same with gamers.
Well, and it doesn't interest me, but I never have a negative encounter.
I mean,
So
I'm
I'm okay
sure,
with
yeah.
it. Yeah.
I just don't like people.
I've had a number of years where like the highlight was just talking to the people in line next to you.
I'd be interested in getting that Guttermouth Gorgeous though. Hopefully, it's
Okay.
readily available. How many copies of that was pressed?
That one didn't make my list, so I don't have that information offhand.
Oh, that's a fucking. That's a top gut. If we ever get to Guttermouth, that's a top album for me.
Okay. Okay.
You got some Scott Ian. We're just going through this list here.
Yeah, so Scott Ian, of course, from Anthrax and Mr. Bungle. Apparently, this is the theme song that he helped write with Brendan, who does Metalocalypse and Death Clock, like the Adult Swim metal band.
Yeah.
So they wrote this song for a pinball machine. 1,200 of those. Um, so it made my list. Yeah, Scott Ian's the man, literally. And yeah, it rips.
Did we
Yeah,
already
man.
go past the David Gilmour and Romani
We did.
album?
I got a bunch that I'm gonna mention that's on my list. So yeah, David Gilmour's putting out Between 2 Points,
Yep.
which David Gilmour put an album in 2024. This is
Woo.
the single that features his daughter. Um,
It's
4,000 of them are made. The B-sides, a bunch of remixes. So stuff you're not going to be able to find anywhere else. If you're into David Gilmour, highly recommend it.
Jesus Lizard, Flux
Yeah,
EP.
yeah, yeah. So they put out an album recently. This is going to be the outtakes that didn't make the album, but go back and check out our review. That album rips. So I can only imagine the B-sides are great too. This is also the only Ipecac release on this year's Record Store Day. So shout out to Ipecac.
Who owns Ipecac? Ipecac.
Mike Patton and Greg Workman.
Oh, maybe we can get an interview with Greg Wortman. I don't know if we can get an interview with Mike
Oh,
Patton.
oh my God, that would be huge. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, Ipecac is Mike Patton's label.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get him on the show, but if we
Yeah.
could, that'd be cool.
Greg, yeah, come on. Yeah, Greg used to work for Alternative Tentacles. Like, that dude
Oh,
got some
yeah.
stories. Yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
The Lemonheads. Lemonheads in Dreamland. I don't even know what the hell that is. That's not a Lemonheads record I'd buy.
Didn't make my list either. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, Lemonheads, sure, why not?
Nothing here is grabbing my fancy. Fucking Oasis looks like a greatest hits 4 LP set.
Sure, they got
I'll
their big
pass.
tour coming up next year, next year that they're probably pushing the shit out of.
All right, the Pixies, Bossa Nova,
Yeah,
Trump La Mode, but live from Europe 2023.
yeah, it's a 2 LP. They made
Eh.
3,000 of them. If you want a live Pixies album, here you go.
From
Well, there.
2023 though.
Well, I mean, you know, uh,
I'm not gonna say New Pixies is bad. It's just not Kim Deal Pixies. Like that's another band we got to get to.
that is another band we got to get to.
Where
And
you
this is
sit
a
on the
case
Pixies,
where
Tim? Did the Pixies
say
make
it
your
again.
list? Did the Pixies make your list?
Just in general, sure.
Yeah, on your record store day.
Yeah, they made the list. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
100%. 3,000 made. I did not get a color variant info, but it is a 2 LP live album. Um, and so, they're going to play some hits. They're going to play some deep
Oh,
cuts. They're
yeah,
going to
yeah.
play whatever new. Like, I'm sure it's a fantastic live.
We
Like,
got.
yeah,
Okay, yeah. I'm just curious where you
yeah, pick
sat with
up
the
the Pixies.
Pixies. Yeah,
Yeah, pick it up. Pick it up.
Bill, where you sitting with the Pixies?
Much like Operation Ivy, where we
No
started
idea.
tonight. If anybody's been hanging out with us since the beginning, pick it up, pick it up.
Yep. Well, Bill, have you ever seen Fight Club?
Well, first we'll not talk about Fight Club. So
You know the end when the city's blowing up.
We gotta do a
Yeah.
Ooh,
movie.
stop! Where is my mind? That's the Pixies.
oh, okay. But yeah,
Yeah,
Pixies are good.
yeah.
Yeah, though there's a
Pixies
lot more to
directly
Where's My
influenced
Mind,
Smells
but
Like Teen Spirit, which was
yeah,
the greatest song of the '90s, right?
yeah. I mean, he totally ripped off the Pixies, but we'll get to the Pixies.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ramones Loco Live.
Ramones Local Live. There's 6,000 of those out there. It's a 2 LP live album, officially released. Um, one of the vinyls is going to be blue, one is going to be red. Yeah, get it. Get it.
Tim!
It's the Ramones. You can't go wrong.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Replacements are doing Tim. I don't know if anyone. That's why I shouted out Tim there.
What is it?
Replacements are releasing Tim. I know that was a 2
Yeah.
LP
Yeah. Okay.
purple, if
Oh,
I believe.
see,
Transparent.
that should
Now
be in print.
that
That
one
should be in
missed
print
my
all
list.
the time.
Yeah, that one missed my list. I should have put it on here so I don't have the numbers on it. But yeah, Tim was a great album. So
So
there
I
you
think
go.
that was a 2000 transparent purple when I looked
I'd
that one
I'd
up.
pick that up. I'd pick that
Yeah,
up.
there you go. Yeah.
Let's see. You got Shakira live from Paris.
If it
Sixpence
was a
None the
video, I'd
Richer.
be in. But audio only, no Shakira. Gotta have video with that.
You guys remember Sixpence None the Richer?
I do remember that band, yes.
Kiss
So
me. Na,
so
na,
one of
na,
the
na.
fun things about Record Store Day, and I'll mention it because, the Rolling Stones are putting out the Out of Our Heads US version,
Yeah, yeah.
which great album. Pick that one up. And I have a couple of the last couple of years where the Stones put out old stuff just in reissue. Great packaging, great quality. You can't go wrong with the Stones Out of Our Head USA. But much like Sixpence None the Richer, a lot of what Record Store Day has become is a trademark I don't know, re-uppance or whatever, where when your trademark is up, if you put it out for Record Store Day, it still counts, so you still own it for another 50 years.
Oh, like a copyright protection type
Yeah, yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Okay.
And so when you look at a lot of the reissue stuff and stuff that was previously available,
Yeah.
chances are good it's an even number of years since it came out.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Well, you know.
yeah, that is definitely one thing you gotta look for Record Store Day. Now, if you're into it, great. But I don't know a single person who even knows who Sixpence None the Richer is. So I
Kiss
have
me. Boo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo.
that's got to be a copyright claim.
You saying I nailed that song so good we're going to get copyright struck?
Yeah, well, good for them for owning it for another 50 years. So,
All right, well, Tim, let me ask you: the Stone Temple Pilots live in New Haven, 1994, double two
I saw that on
LP?
I
Make your
saw that on
list.
there. I did not write notes about it. If you're into Stone Temple Pilots, I'm sure that's going to be fan-fucking-tastic.
1994 STP is pretty fucking good.
Hold
And
on.
it's a 2 LP, right? So it's a full show somewhere. So I'm guessing it's soundboard. Like, I bet that's a great thing. Pick it up.
Tay made Record Store Day.
Yeah, Tay-Tay's on here with the Fortnite 7-inch, I see.
Yeah, that did make my list because it's Tay Tay. So apparently Fortnite is her collaboration with Posty Malone. And then the
Oh,
B-side are remixes that you can't get anywhere else. Taylor Swift, former Record Store Day ambassador. She puts shit out every year. That's one of the things I love about Taylor Swift is as ridiculously big and popular as she is, she still does shit that's like good for the community, including
well,
Record Store Day.
yeah, Tay punk rock, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the last couple years I did spend in line, there was always at least 10. You knew they were there for the Taylor Swift.
Oh, I will say, this Teenage
Shout out.
Bottle Rocket Total 20th Anniversary Edition, Red Scare,
Okay.
that would be worth picking up. I'm not picking it up. I'm not interested because I have an original pressing, but my original
Sure,
pressing is worth a shit ton of money. That album has been out of print for 20 years.
sure.
So that's a pretty good win right there for Record Store Day. I'll give them that. In the same instance, though, that album should be in print all the time because it's fucking. You like the Ramones, you're gonna
Yeah, I
love
mean,
Teenage Ball Rocket.
there's definitely some politics behind what comes out behind Record Store Day. But even with the politics, every year I find myself finding that there's more good coming out than the politics are going to keep me away from. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wicked the soundtrack. Like that shouldn't be a. I'm guessing that's like some colored
That made my
version.
list. The Wicked soundtrack is coming out. Did you guys see? So they're making 2,000 of them. It's a double LP. One is green glitter and one is pink glitter.
That'll be worth money because I'm
That's
sure
pretty
that record is
badass.
pressed.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could go on Amazon right now and buy a black version of that.
Well, and so here I am thinking that this is going to come out first, and because it's Record Store Day, and the black version is still 6 months out.
No, you could
Uh,
get Wicked on vinyl.
are you
You
looking
At
it
can?
up,
least you could
Bill?
at Walmart. It
Okay.
was at Walmart, yeah.
Yeah.
I've
So
Okay.
seen
this
it
is
at
like a
Walmart.
special edition colored thing.
This
You got to
is the
watch out
green
on that
glitter
already.
slash pink glitter. Plus, I want to say there was a poster involved in the artwork. Like that,
That'll be worth money though. Like that.
that'll be
That'll
worth
go up.
a lot
Yeah,
of
that'll
money.
go up
Yeah.
worth it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll give Record Store Day that. Like the shit they do put out because it's so rare, it usually goes up in value. What
So
else we
you kind
got
of made it
here?
to the end of my list. Are those the ones that you're interested in?
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
besides Guttermouth Gorgeous, I don't really have anything I want. I need to buy on here.
well, and I don't know about if Bill's got any ones that he wants to point out, but I've still got like a number of albums that whether or not you should buy or not, I think are at least worth interesting.
I mean, I kind of pointed mine out as we went through here alphabetically. The ones that at least caught my eye.
Well, then I'll go back to us beginning alphabetically, right?
Yep.
Did anybody catch that Beck George Harrison split single
I was
where
I
they
was
both
curious
cover
about that. Is
Finger
that is
Now?
that Jeff Beck or is that Beck Hansen Beck?
That's Beck Hansen Beck. He's the
Okay,
B side.
that's
Of
interesting.
course, Be Here Now is a George Harrison song, so that's the A side. And then Beck's cover is the B side. They made 3,000 of those.
12 inch
Um,
too.
yeah, yeah. So it's probably a 45 RPM, great quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned Sabbath's Eternal Idol,
Oh wait,
which,
Belly's self-titled too. That's a good record too. That should be in print anyway, though. Like, come
yeah,
on.
but who remembers Belly? Who wants to feed the tree?
Belly's good, dude.
Did anybody else see that David Bowie live album? It's two LPs. They're making 6,400 of it. It's a lot. It's a radio live set from 2003. You know it's good.
Yeah.
Bun B is releasing Return of the Trill on red marble. It's the first time that's ever been on vinyl. They're making 1,200 of them. If you want early 2000s, old school underground southern hip hop, Bun B, you can't go wrong. Carcass are reissuing Necroticism, Descanting the Salubrious, 1,000 copies, Translucent Green. Deicide, shout out Herp Alert. I know Herp Alert's well aware of Deicide's Once Upon the Cross. They're making 2,000 of those. It's if you take Carcass out of the equation, because they just reign above all. Of all the death metal albums I've ever heard, Deicide's Once Upon the Cross is top contender. Shout out to channel friend Kat. The one time I saw Deicide live, she went with me down in Metairie. We saw him at Zeppelin's. Um, Doors apparently found in their archives rough mixes of Strange Days. Yeah, I'll listen to Strange Days rough mixes. That's coming out. That looks really good. The Fields of the Nephilim are reissuing Fallen. They're only putting 900 out of those. It's on yellow vinyl. There's a bunch of bonus stuff. If you don't know about the Fields of Nephilim, you should. Goblin. Again, we're just going alphabetical here. Goblin is putting out their soundtrack to L'Altro Inferno, which translates to The Other Hell. Classic early 80s horror movie soundtrack. 1,200 of those on a clear fusion vinyl. Highly recommend Goblin. If you can, pick it up. Let's see here. Hank 3. Hank Williams the Third. You guys want some country? Hank 3's putting out Rebel Within. They're making 1,800 of those. It's on acid washed colored vinyl. That sounds interesting. Love Hank 3. Judas Priest is putting out a show from 1982 in Atlanta on 2 LPs, Solid Red, 6,400. The one I think that is going to be the surprise money grab this year is they're putting out the Top Secret soundtrack with Val Kilmer. Passed away this week. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Who doesn't love a Batman? That Doors out.
Come on, dude. That Batman was awful.
That Batman was awful, but Val Kilmer is awesome, and he's putting out an album out for Record Store Day. His first movie where he sings half the soundtrack. Look for that Top Secret soundtrack to sell. If you can get a copy, grab it. That's like what was that dude in the 2000s that did all the stocks?
Did all the stocks?
Yeah, it was like Mad Money Mark or whatever. If you're going to Record Store Day 2025 and you get Val Kilmer doing Top Secret.
That's the moneymaker right there. That's the
moneymaker. And speaking of rest in peace, Isabel Campbell and Mark Lanigan putting out an EP of live unreleased tracks. God, I love Mark Lanigan. He's like might be the greatest voice of the grunge era.
Ooh.
If you're not into Mark Lanigan, get into it because it's some great shit. 1,500 of those. Definitely check it out. Motorhead are continuing their legacy, whatever. Lost Tapes Volume 6. I think I have Volume 2 or Volume 3 that I was able to pick up from Record Store Day. This one is Berlin 92 on 2 LP. Purple vinyl. It's Motorhead. You can't go wrong. Get it. We kind of briefly talked about that Post Malone. Did we talk about Post Malone, or maybe that was pre-show?
That was pre-show.
Post Malone has a Record Store Day release. It is his tribute to Nirvana, which aired 5 years ago now at this point. That was a YouTube thing he did with Travis Barker.
I don't think it was 5 years. It wasn't that long ago.
4?
like two. I mean, it happened when we
Two?
were still doing this show.
Okay. Well, I remember watching it, and I remember really enjoying it. But I also, it's like, okay, cool. Post Malone's like finally, like, in a garage band. Um, anyway, uh, breaks the record, I think, for pressings this year. 17,000 of those are going to be made. So it's not going to be worth money. But you know what? It's a tribute to Nirvana. He did pretty good. I say pick it up.
I say it's a
Public,
fucking cash grab.
it's a cash grab, but it's record store day. So is it a cash grab?
A
Well,
record
at
store day in
17,000,
its
yeah,
entirety
that
is
is
a
a cash
cash
grab.
grab.
At 17,000, yes, I agree. Public Image Limited are reissuing a lost U.S. sequencing of first issue. I have the UK edition that came out on Light on the Attic about 10 years ago. Highly recommend this album, regardless of the sequencing. Public Image Limited first issue should be on your list. We just talked about him earlier. Rise Against putting out Ned. No real information about that though.
It's an EP. It's like a 7-inch single of the song "Nod."
Okay,
That
Nod,
is.
not
I
not
mean,
yeah.
it'll probably be worth money eventually, but that song sucks.
Well, and another thing we talked about earlier today was 1980 and heavy metal. Saxon is releasing the 45th anniversary edition of Wheels of Steel. I don't know if that'd make my top 10. The Saxon were certainly a driving force in the new wave of British heavy metal, which possibly had its peak in 1980. Regardless, Saxon are pretty badass in the early 80s. And at 900 made with a one red, one blue vinyl, highly recommend Saxon's Wheel of Steel. Sun, or Sun O, if you want to call it. Oracle, another reissue, badass band. And I think Earth was on this list too. I might have missed them. Um, anyway, 1500 is Sun O. Highly recommend that. You can't go wrong. Um, we talked about Taylor Swift, but we did not talk about the sword. This might actually be the most interesting thing I'm looking forward to this record store day. It's Warp Rider's 15th anniversary, so you've heard the album, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They made 4,000 of them. But what has me interested is it's called a Sea of Pyres colored vinyl.
What does that mean?
Good question. I bet that vinyl is going to be beautiful. Pick it up.
Sea of Pyres. Okay.
Yeah. Who knows what that means? I can't wait to see. I can't. Maybe I'll pick it up. Um, T Rex putting out some Bolin B sides. They're making 1,200 of them. T Rex are one of those bands from the 70s that I think are highly underrated
Highly
and
underrated. I'll give you
completely
that.
ahead of their time. Yeah, I would
Yep.
highly recommend the T Rex. A band we've covered on the show, Talking Heads, are putting out a live album from '78. They're making 8,000 of them, but it is also the first time that the whole show's been released, as opposed to like tracks here and there as B-sides or whatever. So if you're into the Talking Heads, check that out. One thing that grabbed my attention was the 13th Floor Elevator. 13th Floor Elevators, a live show from 1967. They're making 4,000 of them. It's in a mono mix.
Houston, Texas. Shout out. Woo!
Houston, Texas, shout out. Yeah. 13th Floor Elevators are highly underrated. Shout out Rocky Erickson. Peter Tosh, greatest hits. Like, I'm not the biggest reggae fan. But if I'm going to listen to reggae, it better fucking be some Peter Tosh. That vinyl, they're making 3,000. It's on a red, green, and yellow vinyl. I picked up one a couple years ago. He had his Legalize It album. The vinyl is Jamaican flag colored, which is beautiful. And then the actual like sleeves are scratch and sniff. I bet you can guess what that smells like.
Yeah.
Um, Beautiful. And then yeah, when you get record store day, I like there's a lot of hidden stuff in their various artists and like soundtrack stuff. Every year they do great stuff. This year they're doing the Over the Edge soundtrack. If you want great late 70s, early 80s, like the Cars, the Ramones, um, can't go wrong with that. Like, highly recommend the Over the Edge soundtrack. They're making 3,000 of those. Westbound Soul, another various artists released this year. They're making 2,000 of them. There's P Funk all over that thing. And so if you're into the P Funk like I am, pick up Westbound Soul. And then finally, I'm going to close with like possibly the greatest composer of the 20th century. John Williams is releasing not one, not two, but three of the soundtracks he did for the Harry Potter film series on vinyl. Now, so obviously, if you're into Harry Potter, you're going to want to be into those. If you like music and you're into John Williams, well, maybe those are your favorite soundtracks he's done. Maybe they're not.
Not my favorite, but those are damn
Not
good
my favorite.
soundtracks. They are damn
Yeah,
good
and it's John
soundtracks.
Williams. And it's John Williams. Yeah, exactly. So, honestly, like, again, I've been in a record store day for over a decade now. And this is one of the stronger years they've had here since the pandemic. They've got a lot of good stuff coming out this year. I highly recommend everybody support their local record stores. I mean, every day is record store day. And yeah, if any of these interest you, go get them. Support your local record store day.
All right. Well, let us
Did I
know.
miss anything? Did I miss anything? You guys got anything else that
I
might
think
be of interest?
that's
Well, I want.
say
What about this Roger Waters here? Don't we mention that?
Yeah,
Y'all
right.
Pink
Roger
Floyd
Waters.
fans, but
Yeah.
y'all didn't mention shit about no Roger.
Well, correct. And we mentioned David Gilmour, so you're right. We
Yeah.
should have. Um, so what was it? 2 years ago now, in 2023, Roger Waters put out his reinterpretation of Dark Side of the Moon,
Yeah.
and this apparently is a live version of it. Yeah, you're right.
Pink Floyd's gonna be fun.
If you're a Pink Floyd fan, you should definitely jump on that.
It's
A
gonna be
Roger
fun.
Waters fan, do it. Personally, I would go with the David Gilmour over it, but that's just me.
Pink Floyd's gonna be fun.
Pink Floyd is going to be fun. What an
without
amazing
a
band.
doubt.
Yeah.
Stick around for that. We'll be covering Pink Floyd on the show. We do
Yep.
Black Sabbath. Let us know down below what albums from Record Store Day you are excited for.
Yeah.
And if you see something on this list that you just want to, you're like, holy shit, War's putting out Why Can't We Be Friends 50th.
Which, yeah, I mean, solid pickup.
Go.
War should be one that's on our list because that's just a band that had
Yeah.
nothing but great shit.
Isn't that like a big discography though?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, War's. We'll get
There's
to War.
so many bands we got to get to before War,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
but they're on the list.
They're on the list. We'll get to War.
Yeah.
Let us know though. What records are you excited for? What vinyl you want to pick up?
There's a bunch of good stuff to stay in line for this year. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'll wait for the resales on eBay. I mean, gorgeous. Hopefully, that's a colored vinyl, and they'll put out like a black version that I can just pick up from the comfort
Yeah,
of
and a
my
couple of
home.
these I do already own, so like, yeah, I may have mentioned it, but like that Carcass or the Public Image Limited, I already own those.
Well, Tom Waits, Get Behind the Mule, spiritual, seven
That's on
inch
the list
vinyl.
as well. Yeah, yeah.
Eddie
There's
Vedder,
all
save it for
there's
later, dude. And hashtag room at the top, 12-inch single.
one of the things I find about Record Store Day too is like I can literally come up with 20 albums I want, and there's I'm still gonna find another one. It's like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you wouldn't pick
Record
up
Store
no.
Day, like
You
as
wouldn't buy no
corporate
Eddie
and as
Vedder 7
bullshit as
inch.
it is, I think that Record Store Day ultimately does a really good thing as far as getting people to the stores, but also keeping good music alive.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's the
I'm
corporate element,
more.
but
I just prefer like everything to be everywhere. Like if I
that's
want
just
to be,
not how it works. So that is just not how it
I.
works.
But
Yeah.
it feels like infatuate or in whatever like the fear of missing out. Like, oh, if you don't buy this record now, you'll never get it again. Because some of this shit's been out of print for a long time. So
Yeah.
like, oh, there's only gonna be 3,000 records, and you're gonna have to go out, and it might, one store might get like 2 copies of it. Like, I hate that. I hate that.
Correct.
Like,
Yeah.
I hate that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. That is the downside. Again, like Sabbath's Eternal Idol, for example. Like
That album should be available. Period.
they don't explicitly say it here. And it will be available on black vinyl, but the colored vinyl
That's
apparently
fine.
is
I'm
valued
okay with
more.
that. If
So
you want to do like special releases on Record Store Day, sure.
yeah,
Make those jack up in price. But like a normal album, like Guttermouth's Gorgeous, should be in print all the time or most of the
well,
time.
sure. And
Multiple represses.
as I've been involved with Record Store Day, yeah, I get the reissues and the copyright renewals and whatnot. But the real essence, I think, of what this should be are releases like that Scott Ian release,
Right. Or
where
like
it's
the
just an
Tori
artist
Amos,
putting out
like
some random thing that like you're not gonna get anywhere else.
yeah.
And if you're a fan, you go get it.
Yeah. Like Green Day's Demolicious was like the demos for the trilogy. Like, here's a Record
Mhm.
Store Day release. Boom. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll buy it. You know?
And you can go to my Discogs. I'm sure we keep the links below and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
One of my little things, and I gotta update it for the last couple of years, but I got a thing where it's like every record store release I've purchased over the years or been gifted to me because Black Friday, that's great to give to the parents. Here's a list, buy me whatever. Um, yeah, it's been the thing that it's a double-edged sword. It's been the thing that has saved the local record store, but it's also been the thing that's driven up record prices and also delayed a bunch of shit.
Well, the industry,
Um,
the zeitgeist of the hipsters is like going towards
yeah,
CDs now, which is fine because
which
they're
is
like,
fine.
oh,
Let them.
CDs sound so much
Yep,
better than records. It's like,
let
yeah,
them.
I've already been through that shit.
Yep.
Okay, sure. Go on, grab your fucking CDs, and I'm still gonna collect vinyl because vinyl will come back around again.
And
It
here I
always
am, just
does.
like cassettes. They fit in your pocket.
Oh, cassettes are trash, dude. It's CD, vinyl, or no, vinyl, CD, cassettes. They're like at the back end.
No, I agree,
They're at
but
the
it's still
back end.
better than cloud.
Better than digital.
I don't know, man. I kind of put digital over cassettes too. I hate fucking cassettes. I had them. I grew up with them, but I fucking hate them.
I mean,
See, yeah, opposite. I love them. I'm a cassette fan, so always happy to see
When's
them
the
win.
last time you listened to a cassette?
I mean, within the year.
I mean, if I'm chilling at my house, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna fucking play some Sonic Youth, right? I'm gonna fucking put this
Hmm.
Sonic Youth record on. I'm gonna do the
Hmm.
dishes. I'm gonna work, whatever.
Hmm.
But if I'm like, oh shit, well, I gotta listen to this fucking
No,
Heaven and
cassettes
Hell,
are still
boom,
very much a
streaming.
special occasion. The last new album I bought was the last off album, Free LSD. I have that on cassette, and I certainly love it. Um,
The only
the thing
cassette that
I
hasn't
saw,
been transferred is Coming Out of Their Shells by the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I have that as well. Wish I still had the cover. I only have the tape. Wish I still had the artwork, but
Well, let me stop you there because we got to wrap this up. This has been our Record Store Day video. As you can tell, we love music, all forms, all formats, evidently.
yep,
So,
yep,
let us know down below what you're excited for Record Store Day.
yeah. And let us know what you pick up.
Yeah. Let us know. Hey, you grabbed that Joey Lawrence or Joey Valance and Bray good songs, or
Whoa.
the Verb Voyager 1. Let us know down below. As always, be safe and make good decisions. All right.
Anybody still with us with the live show or
I think Herpler's
yep.
still.
Purple
Actually, we got
still
4
with us?
viewers now. Who else joined the
Oh,
chat this late in the game?
yeah, let's
Let us
do
know in
a
the chat. Who else is here?
Be right back. Entertain everyone, Jason.
Son of a bitch. All right, well, so to entertain you guys, I'm going to drink some beer. Big shout out to Herp Alert. He's not a Patreon member, but he is a huge supporter of our channel. Always leaves comments. He's joined our Discord. If you'd like to join our Discord, you could join it as well. We just like music. We like talking shit. So that's what you get here. Herp, you still with us in the chat? Not seeing any text coming through. Bill's a bitch. I'll say that right now. If you want some good entertainment, Bill is a bitch. Yeah, see, Herp's still there. Who else is watching? Come on. Hit us up in the chat. Nobody will ever see this because this will all get cut from the actual videos that air. Alright, fine then. Don't say nothing. That's cool.
No, I'll say whatever you need me to say. What was the question?
Are you in the chat?
No.
Well, then I'm not talking to you.
I got an old computer, and so everything's done on my phone, so I can only do one thing at a
How
time.
the hell do you not have a computer in 2025?
I have a computer, but it's Windows 10, and apparently Microsoft no longer supports Windows 10.
Well,
So
they need to give you Windows 11. Why don't you just upgrade your computer?
because the software isn't compatible, so I have to buy a new one. You know how
I mean,
it is.
it's a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme, and I got sucked into it. And yeah,
See, and
Do it on your
another
phone.
3 levels, you become, a head priest.
right, right, exactly. Yeah.
All right, now you're talking Microsoft. We're talking video games now.
Oh yeah.
Microsoft is the most
On that
pro-consumer.
Record Store Day list, I felt like I was pretty comprehensive. Like I hit them all, right?
Oh, you hit them all. I don't know how long that video is. I'm going to have to edit the shit out of that, I'm sure.
Bunch of good stuff coming out this year.
So I got to figure out one if anything's actually coming to the record store by me, and
Definitely
two,
make friends with your local record store that participates in Record Store Day. They will
That's
get you whatever you need.
that's my
Yeah.
problem. I live in Katy, and we're like, our population is larger than Pittsburgh, but we don't have a record store.
Yeah,
well, see, and that's my
fuck
issue is
yourself.
I have to drive 50 miles to get to the record store. So I only get there maybe once a month, if
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
only
if
have
it,
one record store that participates in my county in Record Store Day because we're like the county north of the Seattle. Like Seattle's got like 10 stores that participate. But in my county, there's only one. And so everybody lines up. So if you're not there at 5 in the morning,
You're
you're
not
not getting
getting
what you
nothing.
yeah, you get what you get. And you
that's
better show up with 10 on your list and hope for five, you know?
I hate that. I hate that as a
Yeah,
fucking
I do
gamer.
too.
I hate it.
Well, okay, so 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years, maybe it was last year, maybe it was the year before. South Park. Did you guys see their 25th anniversary concert?
No,
Oh,
I'm a Simpsons guy.
It's on YouTube. You should watch it. It's Matt and Trey, and then as
Oh,
their
they
backing
perform
band,
it live. I've seen them like perform it live on
it's live
stage.
at Red Rocks, and their backing band is Across. On stage with them, they have Ween and Primus.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
And then at
Yeah.
one point, the Living Dudes from Rush show up. And then they play Uncle Fucker. It's the greatest thing ever. And that was a Record Store Day release. They put it out in Towley Blue. But then I saw last week that they're finally coming out with just a regular ass edition. Like it's finally getting a real release. You can get it on black vinyl. And it's well worth getting because fuck, it's South Park 25th anniversary, right? They do what would Brian Boitano do and fucking shut your fucking face and Kyle's mom's a big fat bitch and they do them all. It's like, okay, yeah, the Record Store Day release would be cool, but as long as I can get it, I can get it. So,
That's my point. Like, as long as I can get it, I'm happy.
well, and that's the beauty of Record Store Day. Even if it's a limited release the year it's announced, that means there's a chance it could come out. It's
Yeah.
all about supply and demand, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, records, man, it's gotten out of control in the last 10 years. I will agree with that. I kind of
The
missed the dead years.
the industry's shifting to CDs though.
They
I'm
are,
telling you.
yeah. They've been trying for a couple years to shift to CDs, and CDs make sense because quality wise it is superior, and digitally it's already there, so you can transfer it across anything.
I mean, to me,
But
digital and
vinyl just
CD.
sounds better. Vinyl still just sounds better.
Well, yeah, vinyl sounds better, but like CD and digital, you might as well go digital because it's already digital.
Well, yeah,
You don't have the
depending on what
physical.
year it was recorded, yeah.
You don't have like the
If
physical
it's pre
element, but
1985, get the vinyl. If you can get an OG, if you can get a vinyl manufactured before 1985, 87, 93, if you can get a vinyl manufactured before 93, you're in for a superior listening experience. Even if it's on like 60-gram vinyl.
I'll go.
Still sounds better.
2004. I have a 2009 pressing of American Idiot by Green Day, and that record blows anything away on digital and CD.
Yeah, yeah. Well, digital is CD, but yeah. Um, and yeah, I mean, there's that 10-year window where maybe it was recorded on digital, but even then, the final transfer sounds better.
Yeah, I
But
think
certainly in the
so.
2020s, everything's digital, even new releases. So unless it's mixed and
Uh,
mastered specifically for vinyl,
I mean that Alkaline Trio sounds pretty. The Melvins sound pretty good on vinyl.
the Melvins are all consistently mixing and mastering for vinyl.
So it's not just like the 2020s. I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of great records
It's
in the
not just the
2020s.
2020s. It's also artists, choice, but so few are actually like choosing to pick analog. It's like the last couple Danzig albums, people have really complained about the production. And it's
Yeah,
like, yeah, the production does suck if you're just listening to this digitally. If you're listening to an MP3, that sounds like shit. But if you
yeah,
put this on vinyl and crank it in your stereo on a good pair of speakers, this sounds fucking incredible. And that's an artistic choice specifically by Danzig to say, fuck digital, you know?
all right. Well, I'm gonna shut this stream off. We're at 5 hours and 20 minutes. We got a lot of shit I gotta edit,
We'll see you guys in a
but
month.
yeah, we'll see you guys in a month. We want to
Oh
give a
yeah.
shout out to Herp Alert and the mystery
Yeah.
number 4 viewer of our stream. You never replied in the. Wait, maybe they did.
Probably one of our moms. Love you, mom.
No, it's not my mom. She told me, she's like, remind me when you stream. And I was like, well, I called her today. I was like, we're streaming tonight. She said, well, I can't make it. I got to do other things. I'm like, well, okay, fine then. But shout out Tim's mom if she's watching, and
100% possible. Yeah.
it's very possible. And shout out Herp Alert for being here, and shout
Yeah.
out Trey
Yep.
and Joe
Yep. Yeah,
for
Joe. Yeah.
watching.
Yeah.
I'm shocked how we had more viewers when we just like drunkenly at like 12 o'clock at night said we're gonna stream the rest of tonight. We had more
Yeah.
viewers than when we actually planned it out.
It happens.
Yeah.
So
And it is planned out and it's now a real thing. So people will catch on.
yeah,
Oh yeah. We're good.
we're gonna go viral, y'all. All right, so I've already ended this episode. I'm in the live stream. I don't know how to do that. Shit. All right, I'm gonna end the live stream. Shout out Hurt, you the man.
You coming with those crazy ass lists, man. You come up with shit I haven't even heard of.
Yeah, he does. See ya.
All
Yeah,
right.
he says see ya.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night. Stop recording. Stop streaming.